riders are going to race on. Much has been said about it in the lead up to this, but I think you went over it yesterday and I went over it yesterday, and it's maybe not as gravelly as everyone thought it was going to be.
Yeah, well, I don't think the surface is probably as rough as they expected it to be, but it's not straightforward because it's not a dead straight simple section of gravel. So there's corners in it and it's up and down a little bit. So I think it'll still be quite technical, but the position that it's placed at 48 kilometres into the race, I think makes it least of an impact on the final result, but definitely a place where the stronger riders and the riders that handle their bike a little bit better will really want to put the pressure down.
Here we are then as we run through the start list for today. 17 teams taking to the start of this World Cup here in Vargada in Sweden. Always the weekend where we have the team time trial on Friday night. It was a magnificent race. It was the day that Velocio Schramm were finally beaten in the team time trial. But it's a sparkling field this morning, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a little bit different in regards to other World Cups because they have been here for the last week and raced already the team time trial. So all the teams can analyse each of the other teams and how strong they are as a team and a unit. So it's interesting that Velocio, after dominating so many years the team time trial here in Sweden, lost their title at the Sweden World Cup, and it's a little bit more of an open race because the strength of the teams are very equal.
Yeah, it was interesting that they only lost it by 26 seconds, but Rabo Liv and Boels Dolmans were on really, really good form, weren't they?
They certainly were, and I think it was an interesting team time trial because Velocio, the favourites, they were up at the halfway point and they were looking to ride really, really strong. And then we had Rabobank and Boels also come home very strong. So there's been a lot of talk about who were the strongest riders in those teams, bringing it home really strong to know which riders are going to be on the attack today, making this race particularly hard.
Well, that's the start list then completed. We've got all the big teams here for today's race. We will, of course, have a look at all these riders as we make our way out of the start. We're not long from the things actually starting off now. It's 9:10 in the morning and we are starting at 9:15 as we look down now on Vargada, which has become synonymous with this style of bike racing over the last few years. They've had some great races here. The first ever edition of this World Cup was won by Susanne Lungsholt, who's actually sitting through the wall on my right-hand side.
It's great to see her also getting involved in the commentary, and she mentioned that she will be commentating today's race, also the World Championships this year in Richmond and the Olympic Games next year. So it's great to see someone who was so dominant at the top of her sport for so many years now giving back to the sport and staying involved by doing the commentary. So it's exciting to have Suzanne doing the commentary for the Swedes today.
Yeah, she's to our right-hand side. We won't get a chance to talk to her. She's going to be too busy. Here's the start line then. The riders up very, very early this morning. Just give us a bit of an idea of what they've had to go through, because we're talking 9:10 in the morning, and of course these riders need to be fueled up, they need to be ready, they need to be set for today's race.
Well, that's right. I mean, essentially they need to be on the start line at 9 o'clock. You can see there that they're just getting ready for the start now, but they've had to be up at least three and a half hours before the start of the race, so it's been a very early morning for them, and not something that they're very used to, because it even becomes nature to sleep in the morning and go training later, because normally they're racing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's a little bit different, but we see one of the Australians there for the Orica AIS team. She won't be any stranger to the early mornings because the Australians like to get up early, 5 o'clock. So yeah, I think it's a different routine for them this morning. You can see a lot of nervous faces there.
Particularly, you can see Amelia Farlin there in the middle, the former Swedish champion. You can see the blue and yellow flag on her sleeve. For the Swedes, it is a nervous moment because it's their big chance to race in front of a home crowd.
Absolutely. I think for Amelia Farlin, she'll particularly be feeling the nerves because she fell ill the night before the team time trial and she had to pull out of that race to focus on having a good road race here. It's never nice to race in front of a home crowd if you're not 100%. I guess she's hoping that she has regained her energy and she'll be 100% to have a really good race here in front of a home crowd.
You were good that you managed to bring Amy Roberts in to ride on Friday night, but she's not a bad replacement, is she, as a fantastic track rider?
Yeah, she's here today to get experience in the race car also, so we kept her on for the trip. But having a young rider like Amy Roberts come over as a reserve, obviously for us it was a great idea, because anything can happen. The girls were out training on the TT course and we had an accident in training, and that often happens. So it's I think it's always wise to come to a World Cup race with one extra spare rider.
16 degrees centigrade at just after 9 o'clock in the morning. We're promised temperatures of somewhere between 23 and 25 degrees. It certainly was very, very warm yesterday as we look at the Finnish team predominantly there on the front. And Ale Cipollini are also here for today's race. The World Cup leader will be in the leader's jersey. I haven't seen her on the start line yet, but I saw her at breakfast, so I know that she will be here. There's Carmen Small, a member of the Bigler team. Bigler, I think, with the surprise package in the team time trial on Friday night. I was talking to Ashley Moolman, we could see in the background there, and she said, you know, I said, why did you go so quick? And she said, well, it just all came together. We only rode together 4 times, and suddenly everything gelled, and we were drilled, and we got everything how it should have been. Well,
I saw that they were very motivated and focused before the start. The big boss of their team, the owner of the team's come in to ensure that they had a good ride in the team time trial.
Ensure.
Ensure. So to give them a little bit extra motivation and the importance of the race, but it certainly puts them instead for a World Championship. If they're interested in going to Richmond, they're not that far off, and they did gel together well. Ashley Moolman, like you said, she said there was a few challenges. They didn't train together that much. They also only received their time trial bikes that they rode in the team time trial just 4 or 5 days before the event. So they did a fantastic ride.
We're just double checking. Lizzie is on the start line, so that's good. She was certainly well prepared this morning as the race gets underway. She was getting ready for breakfast and looked like she was in Lizzie focus mode this morning in the hotel. And there she is. She's starting not far from the back of this peloton, which is actually quite unusual for Lizzie. We normally see her right on the front of the grid. So we're underway. Don't forget today you can join us on Twitter during this live coverage. At Rochelle Gilmore, at Ant McCrossan is where you can follow us. The hashtag Vargada is being used a lot by the looks of things, and if you are Swedish then you can use Cycle Helgen, which is CYKELHELGEN is another one of the hashtags that is being used to follow today's race. So the big peloton making its way out of the start. So far then, Rochelle, in these World Cups, we've had some interesting tussles and very many different winners as well. We look at opening up the season with Jolien Dora of your team, Wiggle Honda. She won the first round. Then Lizzie Armistead, Elisa Longa-Borghini, Van der Breggen won the next round. Then Bronzini. Armistead's won 2, Guarici, and then Rabo Liv. It's been quite balanced. There's been lots of different winners.
Oh, it's definitely been one of the most exciting World Cup series that I've seen for a very, very long time. And this race particularly, because we're coming into the 9th race of the World Cup series, and it's really, really close, and we've not seen that before. Anyone from Van der Breggen, Elisa Longa-Borghini, even Jolien Dora, they have a real good chance today of winning and taking the leader's jersey. So I think Lizzie Armistead will be feeling the pressure, but in saying that, her real job today is just to follow those 2 riders that are positioned on the classement just behind her. So she'll be following Van der Breggen, marking her very closely, and also the likes of Elisa Longa-Borghini and Jolien Dora, trying to protect that World Cup jersey at the end of today.
Yeah, I interviewed her yesterday just to get a bit of a background as to what she was thinking about this race, and she always plays down her chances, doesn't she, about the whole World Cup. But she seems like she's changing her thoughts on this whole World Cup scenario.
Yeah, we heard last year from Lizzie Armistead a whole way through the season that she had that World Cup leader's jersey, but she didn't place that much importance on it. And this year we can hear in her voice and the pre-race interviews that she wants this. She really wants to keep that World Cup jersey. At the end of 2015, she wants to be the World Cup winner. And that may be because next year she won't be focusing 100% on it with the Olympic Games, but she's certainly on a mission to keep that jersey at the end of today.
Yeah, she said to me yesterday that Because normally she says, no, it's not an objective, it's nothing that I'm really worried about. But she did say yesterday that the changes in the World Cup to become a world tour will have an impact on her, because she's predominantly very, very good at one-day races. But also, she said, at least I've won the World Cup. No, I've won it now, and therefore if it all changes, it doesn't matter, I've won it.
Well, you're right, Anthony. I hadn't thought of it that way, but she's got a point there that she is a one-day racer, and she targets really well the one-day races. But the Women's World Tour that's been spoken about for next year, a new structure and plan for women's cycling next year, is probably not in her advantage because the tours will become a part of the Women's World Tour structure.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear what she's got to say. Can you tell us any more about the World Tour or not?
Just that we're all very, very excited about it. The Women's World Tour will be a series of races throughout the season from start to finish that will include some of the current World Cup races that we know now as a World Cup, some of the tours, prestigious tours, and the idea is to build a very prestigious series throughout the season, the Women's World Tour. Combination of one-day races and tours.
Okay, and that's all you're giving me?
For now. But yeah, it won't be far away before we know all the details of the Women's World Tour next year.
Okay, there we go. Though I've tried. We've tried to get as much information as we can get. Right, at the front of the peloton then, we just have a little look at who is here. The tempo, of course, as we roll out. And we're lucky, not even in many men's races, we get the chance to see the entire bike race, which is from start to finish. So we can get the idea of how a bike race unfolds, the story, how it weaves, what actually happens. And this is really, really unusual.
It is unusual, and it's fantastic for women's cycling that we've got live coverage today in Sweden of the Women's World Cup race here, and we're going to be able to see everything that happens from start to finish. We see there on the front all the big teams represented already, wanting to take a little bit of control. I think in the women's peloton there is only one team, one of the bigger teams that's not here present, and that's the Lotto Belisol team of Belgium. So they're not here. They've had a rider check in, a young rider doing very well throughout the World Cup series. So disappointing to see that they're not here. But every other big team is here on the start line. A few big names missing today, though. We have Ellen van Dijk. She's out injured and probably decided I'm going to go 100% for the World Championships. So she's at altitude at the moment training.
She broke her collarbone in La Course, didn't she? But she still was riding round trying to catch the peloton. You and I were commentating on that, and that was pretty incredible that she rode with a broken collarbone to just try and get back to help Lizzie Armistead.
Well, I only heard about her broken collarbone a couple of weeks after La Course in Paris, so I was very surprised because, as you said, we were talking about Ellen van Dijk trying to get back into the peloton for quite a while, over an hour. She was fighting to get back in, so that's a lot of pain to endure, but that's why it's quite a surprise when you hear, that the collarbone was broken. So she's just taken her time now to say, okay, most of the season is a little bit of a write-off from here to finish, but I'm going to try and focus 100% on the World Championship.
But it'll be interesting, won't it, with Boels Dolmans when they get into the World Championships, when they bring Ellen van Dijk back into a team time trial. They're finishing third in a team time trial already. They were really competitive on Friday night. It's going to be totally different when you add her firepower.
Yeah, I think Boels definitely have a chance to win the World Championships in the team time trial, which is a little bit different to what we've said the last few years because Velocio SRAM have been so dominant in that event. But bring Ellen van Dijk back into that team with Lizzie Armistead, and also Boels were without Megan Gagne in the team time trial here in Sweden. So they've got a little bit of firepower left to put in that team if they want to go for the World Championship. Rabobank are obviously on a high after the win in the team time trial. So I think going into Richmond, it's a very exciting situation for the teams.
Megan's riding here today, though. Just for those of you who are fans of Megan Gagne, she is in the Boels Dolmans team this morning. Wonder whether that's a proper decision to take her out of the team on Friday and then focus on today.
Well, that's the question mark. Was she out of the team time trial team because she was unwell and not 100%, or was she out because she's on really good form and they want to use her to go on the attack today and take some pressure off Lizzie Armistead? That question remains, but there is a few riders in here that chose to sit out the team time trial, like Emma Johansson. She hasn't done that for many years, but that's to say she's coming towards the end of her career. Here she is in Schott, the Swedish national champion. This would have to be hands down one of the most important races to her. She's been on the podium many, many times, but not been able to win. So she did something different this year. She sat out of the team time trial, and we'll see what difference that makes for her today.
There's Jolien Dora. She's been changing the way she wants her name pronounced, by the way. She's gone from Jolien and now tells me it's Jolene.
No, I think there's a little bit of a joke amongst the team of Wiggle Honda because nobody can pronounce her first name or her last name.
No.
So don't ask me. I'm just the boss of the team. I have no idea how to pronounce her name. But Jolien Dora is the real Aussie.
She thinks that Jolene is a bit cooler, so she might become Jolien Dora. There's the front of the peloton. Danny King over on the left-hand side from Wiggle Honda, the Olympic champion. She said to me on Friday that she loves this race. Although the course has changed, she likes racing here in Sweden. She had her best performance in a World Cup 2 years ago. She was 14th in this Vargada World Cup, and she's got a lot of firepower as the first attack of the day starts to happen, and it is the Swedish team, not surprising, who are going on the attack already, followed by one of the Klassiker B-Pink riders in second place.
Well, we saw this last year, Anthony, that the Swedish national team just went on the attack, and I think that's a great tactic of their director sportif, Martin Vesby. He's also the partner of Emma Johansson, but he's the coach of the Swedish national team, and he has a lot of young riders with very little experience. But he goes into this race and says, we're going to use our young Swedish riders to get experience here and get exposure and just put their nose out there in the wind and have a go.
Well, that's good to get them fired up, ready for this morning's racing. I noticed that Emma Johansson is near the front. Martin, of course, will know this area very well indeed. He knows the races, he knows the peloton. As we see the peloton turn right off this wide road. Today, the coverage, those of you who are watching, just to give you a bit of background, it's being covered in a slightly different way. Normally, you have the helicopter and you have motorbikes with a certain type of link to the helicopter. But in this region, the fibre broadband network is pretty incredible. It's super fast because it's been built that way as soon as Vargada was established. And we're using the 4G network to bring the pictures, which is why you get that little bit of mobile phone kind of look breakup sometimes on the motorbikes.
Yeah, it's very interesting, but great technology here, and it's working for us now. We've got fantastic pictures. We can get a little bit of an idea of the terrain here, up and down and rolling hills, corners. The big lap has got a lot of sections on the course where you can get out of sight very quickly. So it'll be interesting to see if the addition of the big lap before we get onto the tight small laps makes the race a lot more calm or a lot more aggressive. Because on one hand, you could go on the attack here and jump out of sight and get a bigger gap than most expect. Because you're not in sight, it's easier to put that distance between yourself and the peloton. On the other hand, being the long lap, it might be just a thought process to let's keep it calm and wait until those small laps and then really make it aggressive, because that's where the race is really going to happen.
When you get back into the small laps here, as you've said already, it's very much more technical. You can get out of sight quickly. It's the usual lap for those of you who've watched Vargada before that we're on. But the big lap, I was quite surprised yesterday. We drove around it yesterday. You probably did as well, I think, with the team. That it is up and down, lefts and rights all the time, and on the gravel road as well. That is not, as you've mentioned, a straight road. We're not thinking Paris-Roubaix straight road cobbles or Strada Bianca straight road Starati. We're thinking twists and turns, lefts and rights all the way through that road.
Yeah, I think we're going to see definitely some explosions happen coming into that section there with the gravel. But, as you can see here from this shot, that it is easy to get out of sight. We see the peloton quite calm at the moment, but the other thing is that those finishing laps, even though there's only 7 this year opposed to your normal 11, they are very demanding. So a lot of the riders would probably want to wait and do most of the damage there. But that's probably one of the reasons we're seeing it go out a little bit more calm now than in the past, because in those small laps, when you start directly on the small laps, you need to be positioned at the front, you need to be ready for any kind of attack, and it's difficult to make your way back. Whereas on this big open circuit now, the big lap at the start, a lot of the riders look more relaxed and they can be positioned towards the back, and just a little bit more calm out there today than we've seen in the past.
Over on the right-hand side is Lucinda Brand, the Dutch champion, who's sitting towards the back of the peloton. Up at the front, still Ale Cipollini, Lensworld, Zanata. We don't mention them too often in races, but we should. Also near the front, moving up, other representatives of squads, including Rabo Liv, there towards the front. Also, Liv Planteur have one or two riders near the front of this peloton. 13 minutes of racing have been covered. A very warm welcome to our coverage of this Vargada World Cup. Rochelle Gilmore is alongside me, the Commonwealth Games champion in her career and the owner and manager of the Wiggle Honda team. The front of the peloton now, Ale Cipollini, Bowles Dolman's also represented. So Bigler over on the left-hand side, the Park Hotel team, for those of you just trying to pick out colours. So we'll just run through left to right. On the left-hand side, pale yellow is Park Hotel, luminous yellow is Ale Cipollini. They've changed their kit back from the luminous pink that we saw at La Course, and they're going to again wear that pink when they get to La Course for the Welter in 3 weeks' time. But no big attacks yet, Rochelle. Still early in the morning. The riders rolling out, just getting the legs turned over, feeling like they're okay. I spoke to Anna van der Breggen about an hour ago, and she came out of the camper and said, I am not a morning person.
That'll be interesting, and that's why we might see it a little bit calm. But the directors this morning, they were certainly on form early in the morning. They were up and discussing team tactics and analysing, is there any riders sick in other teams, where are the weak spots of the other teams. So it's very much a race between the directors as it is for the riders. Very, very tactical, and it's interesting to see that there's no one on the attack right now, because there was so much discussion this morning about what each team were going to do. And I spoke to Tiffany Cromwell and asked her what the plan was, and she said, we're going to own the race today.
Did she?
Yeah, I asked her, okay, be more specific. Okay, we're going to take control and we're going to own this race. So normally that gives the indication they're going to go out there really aggressive from the start, and we haven't seen anything yet, but like you said, we're still only about 14 kilometres into the race.
They're not owning it yet. Tiff hasn't bought anything yet. She's great at shopping.
Well, I think we can be sure to see Tiffany Cromwell have a bit of a go, have an attack. She loves that aggressive style of racing, and she said, no, in all honesty, we're going out there just to race today. No specific plan. Everybody's just going to go out there and, you know, make it a hard, aggressive race and see what opportunities open for each of us.
I've got, when you've mentioned Tiffany Cromwell, I have a sneaking suspicion today could be a day for her. Because I don't know why, but yesterday she didn't ride a team time trial on Friday. She came out. Everyone said she wasn't arriving until Saturday because that was the rumour, but she was riding around here on Friday. She looks really, really fit right now. She looks like she is getting towards World Championship form. She was in Rio a week ago with Lizzie Armistead looking at the Olympic course, but she looks like she's back on form.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a pretty quiet season from Tiffany in regards to what she's really capable of, but it's great to see that she's in good form, and it might be the start of seeing her perform now towards the end of this year with the Olympics in mind. We're now inside the Olympic qualifying period, and I think speaking to Tiffany 12 months ago, she said that 6 months ago even, that I've just got a little bit more time before I need to really switch on and have a really good season. And I think she's that type of rider that she needs to have her relaxed and downtime where she has a little bit of fun, and then when it's switch on, it's switch on. So she's a very much on and off rather than a consistent 2 or 3 years consistent. So we've seen her now, she's made the mental switch, and the Olympics is getting closer and closer, and we might see some great performances from her in the near future.
Looking down on the peloton then, a very warm welcome to the Vargada World Cup. You can join us on Twitter at Rochelle Gilmore, at Ant McCrossan. There's lots of you discussing things on the hashtag Vargada, and that's VARGARDA hashtag. And we are looking down on a peloton with no key attacks yet in this race. One move from the Swedish team that was immediately nullified, but nothing since. Over the last few years then, We've had wins from last season. Chantal Black, she beat Amy Peters and Roxanne Knaterman into third place. In 2013 it was Marianne Vos. In 2012 was Zira Schleppendel. Annemiek van Vleuten was the winner in 2011. Kirsten Wield in 2010. Marianne Vos in 2009. The first edition of this race in 2006. So when you look at the different riders who've won this race, you can get a good understanding of the different type of race that this can actually be. It's one of those races that can throw up all sorts of different possibilities. We're heading now towards, as we head out of Vargada, towards the area of Horla before we start to go really southwards on this circuit as we head towards, of course, the key point, which will be this gravel road at 48 kilometres, but a very compact peloton so far. Rochelle, when you look back at those winners then, with Black, Vos, Schlappendale, Van Vleuten, Wield, and Vos has of course won it on a couple of occasions. It can be a race that doesn't run always to the plan that we might expect.
That's right. I mean, what we see now, we could say that the race is not really that hilly and a sprinter could get around the course, and certainly Kirsten Wild has had a really good run here at this race, and she's a pure sprinter that we've seen being able to get to the finish and get some really good results. On the other hand, sprinters like Giorgia Bronzini we don't see on the results list, so we may think, okay, it's a pretty hard race, it's a little bit too hard for the sprinters. But that's what makes it such a unique race. It really could come down to a big bunch sprint, or it could be split to bits. So it's not a very predictable race. It's probably the least predictable of all the series, which makes it so exciting. One of the winners on the list there, Annemiek van Vleuten, another rider that's not present here today, unfortunately due to injury. I haven't heard too much about that, but it would be very, very disappointing if she's out for the season and misses another World Championship individual time.
Didn't she? She got hit by a car when she was out training, which was very lucky that she's actually as not banged up as she could have been. But judging by her injuries, and I don't know, Annemiek might well be watching. If she is, maybe she'll message one of us in and tell us how she is doing. We'd love to hear how her injuries are progressing. I saw Sarah Olsen out here earlier on over the weekend as well. She's another rider who's been fighting back for injury for the Matrix team, who are not riding today, but her previous teammate Molly Weaver, of course, is now in the Liv Planteur team, so that she's out cheering the riders on too.
Well, I guess one of the most notable riders that's missing is Barbara Gurashi. She was the woman of the moment coming in. She's won the last World Cup that took place in Germany, and just before that the big event at Ride London, and before that another win at the Giro d'Italia. So she was really, really in good form, and she's missing from the start line here today.
Have you heard why she's not here?
I assume that it's also due to an injury. I did hear a little bit of a whisper that it could be a knee injury, but nobody was really sure. But she would be one that you'd put on the favourites list for today, and she was in fine form. So another rider that's missing there for the Velocio SRAM team. Any
other big names that are missing from the field that you would have expected to be racing today as we head past towards the village of Horla, which is right on this lake of Storsjön, which is a great place, loads of summer houses and great place to just sit and relax. We drove out here yesterday, we were filming. I just wanted to sit by the lake. It was beautiful.
Well, out training actually earlier in the week with the Wiggle Honda team, they just wanted to stop and take photos at the lake. And it's very hard to train when you're in such a beautiful environment, and we've just been blessed with the weather here. So the riders have really been taking in the beauty of Sweden and wanting to really feel a part of the nature here and just enjoy it under the beautiful sunshine.
Anyway, enough about lakes. Who's missing?
I think they're the big names that we have missing here. Cecchini from Lotto, Ellen van Dijk, Van Vleuten, and Barbara Gurashi. So they're the big names that are missing from the start list today. It's an important part of the season leading into the World Championships. So if you're in really good health, this race is certainly the most important to gauge where you're at and go away and have a very short period of time now to get yourself ready for the World Championships. But those riders that have little niggles of injuries, they need to sit out this type of race now to make sure that they're ready for the World Championship.
Yep, 5 weeks from the World Championships now. 22 minutes of racing have been covered. No major attacks. One from the Swedish team. If you're just joining us now, a very warm welcome to Vargada, to the Women's World Cup. Just a question from Gert-Jan Warink. How many points for the World Cup classification are there on the finish line? Should we just run through that? 120 points for the winner, 100 for second place, 85 for third, 70 for fourth, 60 for fifth, 50, then 40, 35, 30, 25. Lizzie Armistead is the leader of the World Cup, 360 points so far. 325 to Anna van der Breggen, 312 to Lisa Longoborghini, 271 to Jolien or Jolene, depending on what you want to call her, 271, and Anna Amalusik, 255. Lucinda Brand is in 6th place. So this race can turn the standings on their head. The rider I think is the big danger rider to Lizzie Armistead is Anna van der Breggen. You look at what she's done so far. First in Flèche-Wallonne, third in Chatilio, third in Flanders. Lizzie Armistead really but she scores big wins. That's what she goes out to do. First in Chatilio, first in Philadelphia. She said to me, I've won 2 World Cups already this season, so I'm pleased with my performance. But van der Breggen just hovers all the time, scores points. That's what she does.
Well, she had a couple of big wins. Obviously she won the women's Giro d'Italia, the Giro Rosa, and on the back of that, the morale of the Rabobank team is extremely high because they also pulled off the big win in Paris, Le Course, with Anna van der Breggen. And then I think in addition to that, the win in the team time trial, maybe unexpected. They obviously weren't the favourites, with Veloce Schramm being the favourites, but after those wins, I think with Anna van der Breggen and the team time trial, that they'll be in really high spirits. But we can't count out Elisa Longo-Borghini because she comes in off the back of a win at the Route de France, and a pretty impressive win with 2 stages and a dominating performance to win on the hilltop there and win by a good margin.
She, I spoke to her this morning. On Friday, yesterday I did an interview with her because we were doing some interviews about various things that will lead up to next season. And she seemed really serious yesterday, which when Elisa is serious, you get a bit taken aback because she's not always that serious. You know, she's always smiling and laughing and is lovely to talk to. But yesterday she was so focused and very serious.
Yeah, I think Elisa's focused and she's serious, but one thing that I've really noticed since the Route de France is that it's really lifted her confidence. And she's doing those little things extra. She's been here in Sweden for 5 days now, and when the team finishes training, she'll always go and do an extra hour's training. So she's obviously on really good form and on top of everything injury-wise, and comes into this race with a lot of confidence. What can she do to take the World Cup jersey? That's a very big ask because Lizzie Armistead will be marking her very closely, and Anna van der Breggen as well. So I think that essentially this race is between those 3 big teams for the series, with Lizzie Armistead being the leader. She's just moved to the front now to take a little bit of control and let people know that she's here, and that's where she generally rides, like you said, Anthony, towards the front.
Yeah, she generally rides near the front to stay out of any trouble, and of course at this time in the season she doesn't want any injuries. She doesn't want to have a problem before the World Championships, because as far as she's concerned, the biggest target for her and many riders is of course the World Championships, and she wants to get ready for the Olympics as well. Still the peloton all together as we head along another nice wide road. Lovely riding roads, lovely and smooth until we get to the gravel section. No big attacks yet. Over on the right hand side, Valentina Scandalara of the Orica AIS team. We just pick her out. Over on the left hand side, all in white, is Lizzie Armistead and her Bowles Dolmans team all around her as is usual. They really look after her. Alongside her is Niwa Doma in the Best Young Rider jersey, if you haven't picked out her yet. The Best Young Rider of the competition, the World Cup, wears that purple coloured top with the white, very similar to Lizzie Armistead's jersey for the rest of it, designed by Iris Slappendale. And Niwa Doma's a rider who we've really started to see emerging as a real talent in the peloton with 27 minutes of racing covered.
Well, there has been a lot of talk about Nieuwedoma. Obviously, a very, very strong performance again at the Giro Rosa. An extremely good climber, and she's recently won the Under-23 European Championships as well. So she has everything going for her, and a lot of talk about what potential she actually has. Is she the next Marianne Vos? Which type of races is she going to win? And I think she's a fantastic all-rounder. We can see her in the future doing well in all the classics, and obviously she showed her strength in a Grand Tour like the Giro Rosa.
Sitting on the back of the peloton right now are the Finnish team. Heini Solovara is right on the back of the peloton right now. At the front, the tempo seems to be going up a little bit. Nothing major happening as far as the peloton are concerned right now. So maybe a chance to talk about some of the teams, Rochelle, just before we get into the business of things starting to happen and the attack starting to happen. But you are getting the chance here, everyone who's watching, and thanks for joining us for the live coverage, to see a bike race all the way through rather than just seeing the highlights. You're getting to see what does happen, and sometimes the flag can drop, whether it's a men's race or a women's race, and the peloton stays compact for a long time, and sometimes the attacks just fire all day. This is a traditional kind of feeling to a bike race. The riders just starting to work out what are the team tactics, who's going to ride, who are the teams riding for, because that's another big question, is are they going to play off Jolene Dora and Elisa Longo Borghini and Wiggle Honda? Is Lizzie Armistead going to let Megan Garnier try and win today? It's all the different subjects, and when you see Armistead sitting at the front like she is right now, right in the wind, staying out of trouble but staying in the wind, you then start to question what the tactics of Boels Dolmans are, because she shouldn't be sitting in the wind.
No, it's an unusual position to see Lizzie out there in the wind, but we did mention that it might be their tactic, given that Gagne didn't ride the team time trial, to send her off the front and get her away and out of sight, and that just means that Lizzie Armistead will have a little bit less pressure, and she still just needs to keep her eye on Anna van der Breggen and Elisa Longo Borghini, the two riders that are positioned second and third on the World Cup rankings.
So we're following our way down kind of southwesterly at the moment. We're in a place called Carteret, the race following the creek of Savienne, a little river on the left-hand side of the peloton now. We're going to go through the valley, and then we'll start to climb to about 220 metres above sea level from around about this point, and that could be the point in the race where we start to see a few more little skirmishes between this peloton, because they're looking for some opportunity to make a move. The big thing about this race this morning is there is no wind. We look at the flags outside our commentary box, there's a gentle flutter of the flags. Apart from that, there is nothing, and the riders who are good in the crosswinds, Rochelle, will be looking for an opportunity to use a crosswind to try and break the race up. There is nothing, and of course it's very forested in this area too.
There is quite a bit of protection around there, and it's a matter of whether the teams want to wait till that tight circuit. Do you see 153 there? She's
Grondal.
had a bit of a mechanical. Looks like she might have dropped a chain, trying to get it back on there. But we see now they're on the climb, and it doesn't look like anybody's really about to pounce and break this up, which means that they're probably waiting until they get to the circuits to make it a really hard race. But all the Boels Dolmans team are at the front, and Lizzie's positioned well behind them, but they've got themselves lined out. They're always riding close together and able to communicate on the spot, so we may see something from them.
So here we are with the back of the peloton, and the rider's putting the brakes on. Oops, it wasn't a mechanical. She went into the ditch at the side of the road. Just shows you when the peloton is compact like this, if you are not concentrating, like you are touching wheels or overlapping wheels, and you end up in the ditch. I'm surprised she's not worse hurt, Antonia Grondal.
She looks very relaxed there, just climbing her way out of the ditch and checking the bike before she checks herself, but perhaps she's all right, and she'll make her way back through the cars and get back into the peloton.
But she didn't exactly fall just to one side. I mean, that was a pretty deep ditch that she went into there. the rider from Finland. She'll work her way back through the cars now. 32 minutes of racing covered. In this Bowles-Dolman's team today, then Lizzie Armistead, Chantal Black, the winner last year, Evelyn Stevens, the rider who hails from California but lived and grew up in Massachusetts, Kasia Pawlowska, Christine Mayeras, and Megan Garnier is the makeup of that team. That is so strong today as a squad.
It is a very strong team, and we see there is nowadays in cycling, women's cycling specifically, in comparison to the past, it's not about just having one strong rider in the team anymore and workers. It's about having a number of winners and a number of really strong riders, so you have more opportunities. And the Bowles-Dolman's team, you can see that they're very well positioned. To the left of your screen, it looks like Stevens on the front, but they're all together. You can see just through the riders there that Lizzie Armistead in the white jersey is positioned very well to the left of your screen on her Bowles-Dolman's team. So they're ready for something to happen here on this slight rise.
The sun on the backs of the riders then, the temperature increasing up to around about 20 degrees centigrade now. The 17 teams in this Women's World Cup not prepared to start to blow any big attacks up the road. They've decided to just keep the tempo, but as you can see, the road is now going to gently wind its way up through this wooded area that we are into now. This is kind of around about towards, we're heading towards Narunga now, and it is going to be wooded, forested, slightly uphill for quite a while. On the front of the peloton then, a few different teams represented. Mayeras and the Bowles-Dolman's team are towards the front with Evelyn Stevens. Over on the right-hand side, the Danish team, Lensworld Zanato in the blue and white. Also up at the front, Classica B Pink. So many teams, but still a very compact peloton. No one prepared to take this race on. Another arrival of a Lensworld rider over on the right-hand side of this peloton. As we look down on them now, near the front also is Lucinda Brand, the rider who is sitting very nicely in 6th place overall, second in Sparkassen Giro, and now with 227 points. Armistead, you can see her hair flowing out the back of her helmet there, wearing number 1 on the right-hand side, just in front of one of the Orica AIS team. But still, this tempo is not high. It is nice and is fast, but it's not fast and furious right now.
One of the riders we haven't mentioned so much is Shelley Olds, an outside chance for a victory here. It's a bit of a technical finish with that right-hand turn coming. You have to be able to go around the corner at very high speed, hold the wheel, or have a very long sprint in you. So it's I know it's a big discussion between the teams. Do you go around that last corner in 1st, 2nd, 3rd or 4th position? I think 4th is a little bit too far back, but Shelley Olds being one of the fastest sprinters here, she'll be hoping to be in a winning position coming into the finish, and obviously a dangerous rider. She gets over quite tough circuits, and one that we couldn't count out for a victory here today.
I was talking to her yesterday actually. She was saying that she's coming back, she's on good form. She's obviously had a couple of wins recently. She's a rider, as you say, she's tiny, she's light, but she's really powerful as far as the sprint is concerned. And I think you could be right. She's in with a very good chance. She's had some real bad luck. She's had injuries, she's had crashes. She wasn't happy with the team she was in, but now everything kind of seems to be coming round to be right for her.
Yeah, I think that's the case. She has had a bit of a troubled season, but she looks pretty good coming into this race, and it's certainly a course that could really suit her.
On the front of the peloton then, Evelyn Stevens, the winner of the Philadelphia World Cup previously, a world champion in the team time trial. She's in those multicolours of the Bowles-Dolman's team. She's sitting over on the right-hand side. As we look down from the helicopter, there's still no big attacks in this World Cup. We are heading now down towards Tarabo, which is down towards the bottom of this 56.5 kilometre circuit, and then we're going to start to work our way back up towards Vargada again, and we go through the gravel road, as Rochelle said on a couple of occasions, already at 48 kilometres of racing out there on the course. The riders won't have changed tyres or anything today because of that gravel section, will they?
No, and I think that's an important reason why the riders had to get here early enough to go out and have a look at the circuit and make sure that gravel wasn't anything too extreme, that they had to ride wider tyres. That's what they would have chosen for, I think, if they wanted more grip and to be a little bit more stable on the gravel. But it's very well packed down, and it's not so loose, the gravel, so with the good weather here today, I don't think it's going to be too much of a challenge, and the equipment wouldn't have changed just for a 2.5 kilometre section of this well packed down surface.
On the bikes then that we see these riders riding, just give us a bit of a background. We've got time to talk about all sorts of subjects. Big attack though, just as we're about to, and the first major attack of the day after that first little Swedish skirmish, and it's coming from one of the Ale Cipollini riders, I think, who is just making her way off the front. 37 minutes of racing covered. Today's race, 133 kilometres, but we have got our first attack of the day from Ale Cipollini.
Well, that's the team of Shelley Olds who we were just talking about, so they will be doing this for their sprinter, but they always race a very attacking style of race, Ale Cipollini, and as you can see there was a little bit of a slow reaction from the peloton, but they're getting moving now. Will they want to keep it together, or will they want a few riders to just pop off the front to take a little bit of pressure off the peloton? It looks like they're going to try and bring this back in.
It looks to me a little bit like, I know the motorbike's quite a long way away, but it looks like Beatrice Bartoloni potentially, who's off the front right now, on the front of the peloton. The arrowhead formation immediately happens, which, if you're just watching bike racing for the first time, gives you that indication that the tempo is up, and you get the kind of front of the race all in one long line, and then the rest of the riders just behind. It isn't Beatrice who's gone off the front here. The first rider who's gone on the attack is Elena Bellato of Ale Cipollini.
Well, a pretty good solid move, and they say that they want to break this race up and make it aggressive, so the first rider of the Ale Cipollini team, Bellato, has gone out on the attack, and I think we could potentially see another rider from the LA team counter-attack this if it comes back.
So it looks like no one's really chasing Elena Bellato yet. Lizzie Armistead over on the left-hand side of this peloton. She's not looking like she's too concerned about this rider who is going away. And Bellato, as you can see in this luminous yellow kit, the orange bikes, everything is pretty luminous as far as this team are concerned. But I do love this kit. I think it's so easy to spot. The team look fantastic in it, but Bellato just trying to soften things up a little.
They certainly do look good, Anthony. They've gone to a lot of trouble to make sure all of their kit and bikes are matching, so that's a lot of work with the manufacturers of the saddles, of the frames. You can see there the rims are even orange, so they're wheel sponsors. So they're all working closely together to make sure they've got the looks, and the Italians do that quite well.
So we're now turning left. This is the most southerly point of the 56.5 kilometre loop as Bellato now gets into time trial mode. You must admit, though, you wouldn't expect any other type of design or anything with anything related to Cipollini.
That's right, he wants to do things in style. So they had an interesting team presentation where Cipollini was present. A little bit of combination of some of their male teams as well, and riders. So, but Bellato, she looks like she's pretty comfortable there. She's got a little bit of a gap, and you can see that the peloton's hesitated. So she will just be getting race information from her director that the peloton's eased, which will give her a little bit more motivation to push a little bit harder. But at the same time, she has to stay a little bit controlled if she wants to stay away for a while, putting pressure on the other teams at some point to close the gap that could become dangerous.
She's in a big gear here. She's in the big ring, a big gear on the back, and going slightly uphill now. But she's a slight rider, a rider who can climb okay. But on the front, the Danish team rider who is right on the front of the race there is Michelle Quada. Leading the peloton right now. Lenswell Zanata also towards the front of this race. Bellato's a rider who's not really had any big results in her career so far, but she's always a worker. She's one of those riders who helps out the other riders in the field, and has ridden races like the World Championships, in support of riders like Giorgia Bronzini?
Yeah, I think she's had a very important role as a domestique in her career to date. Still very young, but you can see that she's got a fantastic riding style. So she's got something really special, and she's been valuable to her teammates. Obviously in races like the Giro Rosa as well, she's been very active in delivering her teammates to results. So I think that's her important role, and you can see today that she's out there giving 100% and not necessarily for herself, maybe in preparation for a world team selection, but also in function of Shelley Olds' ambitions today.
Well, there was a little bit of a group making their way off the front there for a moment, but they have now been caught. This rider has just had her 27th birthday, and she does have a magnificent pedalling style, doesn't she? Just really smooth once she gets onto the flat roads, and so easily just goes down onto the drops. She rode the first team she rode for was Safi back in 2008. She rode for Faso Bortolo and then moved to Ale Cipollini in 2014. Has ridden for Italy on many occasions. Now the gap's starting to open as we go again slightly uphill, and no more counter-attacks coming from any riders. So she may well have wished for a group to come across, but so far it's not really happening out there on the circuit. No one's prepared to go across to her.
Well, she's going to have a long day out there, a long, tough day, but there's always the chance that that will happen when you make a strong attack. And she did it just after that slight 4-kilometre rise that the riders had to get over. The pace didn't look extremely high to us, but it could have been. But she took advantage of the climb and made her move just afterwards. So she's got a handy gap, and I think she'll need to get comfortable and prepared to be out there for a little while.
We're getting Radio Tour telling us it's 16 seconds is the advantage on the peloton, so she's opened up a little bit of an advantage now. So the big question is whether the peloton let her go and get up towards that minute sort of mark. She certainly looks like she's putting the pressure on to try and grow this advantage. The rest of the Ale Cipollini team, just to run through them for you then. Shelley Olds, the American rider, Marta Tagliaferro, Maria Confalonieri, Lena Bellato's on the attack, Małgorzata Jasinska, who's the Polish rider, and Beatrice Bartoloni, who's a track rider predominantly, but also very good on the road as well.
Yeah, she's certainly going to be very handy for the team in the technical section when they get onto the shorter laps, the left and right, uphill, downhill, sharp corners. She'll be able to ride very, very good position, and perhaps be the rider that's going to keep Shelley Olds out of trouble, because she was the right-hand woman for Giorgia Bronzini for a couple of years, and very, very useful. It was a rider that Giorgia Bronzini put a lot of faith into, a lot of confidence to stay behind the wheel of Beatrice Bartoloni, so that could be the rider that's going to stay right near Shelley Olds. But this is the perfect rider that Ale Cipollini could have out off the front.
Yeah, she's got so much experience. She will just ride and keep the momentum going. Once the gap starts to open, the rules say that once the gap's up to a minute, her team car could come up and can talk to her. Until then, she's pretty much on her own, but they do have radios in their ears today, yeah?
Yeah, they have radios at World Cups, so it's a different dynamic because, like I said, it puts a lot more pressure on the race directors. They have direct communication with each of the athletes, so in some respects, they have to take a little bit of responsibility for the team's results at races like this, because they are the ones giving the directions when to attack, when to not attack. There'll be some thought processes going on in the race cars of the directors at the moment about, are we going to chase, or are we going to leave it up to another team, or how long can we let this go before we put our girls on the front? Let's hope it's another team that gets on the front, so it's not our girls having to do the work. But as you see, that gap's going out pretty quick, so at some point a certain team is going to have to take up the chase, or they're going to have to share the work around a little bit and sacrifice one of their riders each from the bigger teams.
Now we'll notice, Rochelle, we'll try and explain to everyone who new fans of women's cycling and those who have got a little bit more knowledge. We see the front of the peloton right now with kind of a different shapes. So you can get a long string at the front, you can have a flat front of the peloton, but right now the peloton's slightly with a formation that is going right to left along the road, sort of a little mini echelon almost. So the wind coming very slightly but not strongly from the right hand side.
Well, it also indicates to us that the chase is not really on at the moment because it's not strung out and the riders are lined across the road. Also, you can get situations where teams will line across the road to block, but that's not the case in this situation because I'm sure that the whole peloton wants to just keep rolling and not let this break go out. When I say the entire peloton, except for obviously LA Cipollini, they want this break to go out as far as possible to put them in a stronger position. But the other teams just want to keep rolling along and keep the distance between the breakaway rider and the peloton within reach, so when they really put the hammer down, they can close it.
25 seconds now is the advantage we're being told on Radio Tour at the moment. So Elena Bellato is the rider who is on the attack. She went on the move after around about 37 minutes of racing. This 27-year-old Italian rider from the Ale Cipollini team going clear. So she's been on the attack for a little while now. Her gap is starting to extend. The bigger teams are not prepared to chase her down. They're really looking to just find out whether they want to bring it back, whether they'll give her a minute. And in this area, beautiful scenery, lots of churches in this area as well. As we went through the map, Rochelle, there's a church on pretty much every single corner of this circuit.
Yeah, I had one of the locals come in and try to help me pronounce the names of the towns, but I'm going to leave that up to you, Anthony, because they're very, very difficult. This one here, I won't even attempt it, but you can have a go at it because the local here, he gave me the pronunciations very, very difficult.
Oh, there you go. Bellato then now is really starting to look like she's got in her mind, okay, no one is coming up. I'm going to just get my head down and get on with the work rate, and she hasn't looked back at all. She is growing her advantage as she makes her way, as you mentioned, Rochelle, earlier on. Once you get through a couple of these twists and turns, the peloton don't see you. They do have the race information in their ears, so they can decide to chase. The gap's gone up for the first time to over 30 seconds. 32 seconds is now the advantage. Now, in the team cars today, you've got various different team directors who are so experienced at bike racing in the women's peloton. It's quite interesting to think about what they might be thinking right now. But for example, in the Rabo Liv team car, Koos Murenhout, who in his own right was a very, very good professional bike rider. You've got your team director in the Bigler team car is Thomas Campana, who's very, very experienced. So what will they be thinking right now? What will they be going through their minds as far as things are going on in this peloton with Bellato with 32 seconds?
Well, I think they'll mostly be quite relaxed about that breakaway at 32 seconds. I think when it gets out to 1 minute, that's when they'll start to really panic. But they may have just indicated to their riders via race radio to keep the pace a little bit higher because they really don't want it to get to 1 minute or over 1 minute. That's when they're going to want to really start moving the pace. But the race directors will be even talking to each other about, hey, when are we going to start moving and bring this one back in? But at the moment, I think they'll be quite relaxed.
Looking down on this peloton then, they're moving a little bit more rapidly, but things aren't flat out. There's no big attacks, there's no major moves of the big squads, but Bellato is continuing to extend her advantage as she puts in the work rate. A couple of riders out the back now, 4 or 5 riders just dropping off the pace, which may give us an indication that the tempo is starting to increase at the front. Sometimes you look down on a peloton like this, you don't think they're moving that fast because the tempo doesn't seem to be in one long line. And to be fair, when it's in one long line, it is absolutely flat out. But right now, they're moving along pretty rapidly because you can see riders starting to struggle at the back who maybe don't have the fitness, don't have the form, or are not comfortable in these twists and turns of the different formations of the road.
Yeah, I think that you're right. The pace is actually a little bit higher than it looks like it is to us from the helicopter view here. But I think that there's a lot of nervous riders in there. Coming into this gravel section, there's been a lot of talk about and getting closer and closer to those small circuits. The riders will want to be well positioned at the front and also trying to save as much energy as possible for that circuit.
33 seconds the advantage now for Bellato, this Italian rider from Ale Cipollini, who is off the front of this peloton, made her move. One of the predetermined, perhaps, moves of Ale Cipollini to try and win this bike race for Shelley Olds. Their sprintos on magnificent form right now. Shelley Olds is one of those riders who is really excited to watch when she comes into towards a finish with a chance of winning a bike race. When I talked to her yesterday, she was so frustrated about La Course. She felt like she was on top class form, and she had one of those days when she crashed, her bike broke, she didn't have a spare bike. She was really frustrated after that.
Well, I've heard a statistic that 80% of the peloton crashed at La Course, so I think there's a lot of frustrated and disappointed riders about that particular race. It was absolute chaos. With the rain and the weather conditions were just horrendous, so a lot of riders disappointed. Obviously there can only be one winner of the bike race, and that was Anna van der Breggen, who is in this bike race here in Sweden, the 9th round of the World Cup Series. But it was a devastating race for many there at La Course in Paris, and Shelley Olds says she's very disappointed about not having that opportunity.
And there's not many opportunities you get to ride on the Champs-Élysées. Once a year they get the chance to do that, and if you're on top form and you only lose because of a crash, then you're more frustrated than ever. And Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, of course, who's crashed both years in La Course, and that's another big name who's not racing today.
That's
that
right.
We haven't mentioned.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned that. Pauline Ferrand-Prévot perhaps concentrating on the mountain bikes recently, some really great results. So she is floating in and out of the road season and the road races. So yeah, disappointing to not see her here on the start line, because she would also be one of the favourites on this type of course.
She's one of those riders, isn't she, who people have said to her, at some point you're going to have to concentrate on one area of bike racing, and her answer is no, I'm not. Yeah,
I don't think she's going to do that. She's a huge talent in cyclocross, mountain bike, road cycling, and she has a huge passion for all of those disciplines, and she's still very young, so maybe in the future she might, but right now her mindset is that I think that I can handle going for the mountain bikes and the road at the Olympic Games, and she is in that mindset, and perhaps she can do it.
Can you imagine if she managed to pull off double world titles? And from what I'm hearing about the Rio road course, because I talked to Lizzie about it yesterday, I'm just looking back here, Rochelle, something may well have happened here. We've got a cut back to a replay. Oh no, this is the replay of her going on the attack. So this is the move. I thought we were going to see a tumble or something in the peloton. Thankfully we haven't. This was the move of Bellato, who decided to go on the attack on this road just as they were going uphill. There she is, still with her advantage, 41 seconds now we're hearing.
Well, it was a strong move, because we saw one of the riders from the Orica AIS team try to react and move with it, with the peloton in tow, but was unable to make any ground up on Bellato. So it was a very strong move, strong attack.
Looking down on the peloton then, a very warm welcome to the UCI Women's World Cup. We're here in Vargada for the 9th round of the series. We finish next weekend in Grand Prix Plouay. Rochelle and I will again be there to bring you the coverage in Plouay of that race. It's going to be another fantastic conclusion to this year's series. I was just going to talk about the Rio road circuit while we've got a little bit of a chance looking down on the peloton. From what I'm hearing, the peloton are saying that the Rio road circuit is going to be extremely hard.
I've heard the same thing, that it's after the test event that took place just over a week ago, that all the reports say it's a much more difficult course than we first expected. So it will be for the likes of Pauline Ferrand-Prévot and the stronger climbers, I guess. Although the sprinters who can be fit at the time, I think that if they specifically focus on it, they may have a chance. But all reports in the last couple of weeks are saying that the course is much harder than we first expected.
So a proper mountain that the riders are going to go up, around about 9 kilometres the climb in Rio, so it's going to be extremely tough. That's going to be one big bike race next season in the Olympic Games. The gap now goes out again, Rochelle. This is 50 seconds for Bellato, and still no concerted chase from any of the big teams in this peloton, and she is now getting firmly out of sight as we head around this corner. There she is, the lone figure of Elena Bellato.
Well, the directors will be saying to their teams to stay relaxed and not panic and keep to plan. So most of the teams will still race to their plan and may have predicted that there would be one or two or a small bunch off the front, but they will have a race tactic when they hit those circuits after we go through the gravel section. So probably the race directors are giving the instructions to the athletes in the team to just stay relaxed and stay to plan, and everything's going to work out. When they start racing to plan, they're hoping that this rider will naturally get swallowed up and come back into the peloton.
Yeah, I was talking to Koos Murenhout, and he felt that this circuit would stay together. You're from exactly the mirror of what you're saying. The circuit would mean because it's a beautiful day, and it is a beautiful day here in Sweden. The tree-lined roads that cover the riders, no wind means that the peloton would take it relatively steady, and then the minute we get into this finishing circuit, he felt that things would start to happen, and his expectation is a smaller group, but a bunch sprint, maybe not a lone leader, lone winner. We saw, of course, last year Chantal Black on the attack with Amy Peters running in towards the finish line, but this year may not be like that because it's not pouring with rain, and we may not see that kind of opportunist attack in the last few kilometres.
I'd be very surprised to see it come down to a big bunch, but like we've said, it could be a smaller bunch sprint amongst the favourites and the stronger riders, but I think we're going to see quite an aggressive end to the race. And the big question is, will the sprinters like Kirsten Wild, Georgia Bronzini, Shelley Old, will they be able to hang on to be in the mix of the select group that's going to come to the finish? That's one of the big questions. Kirsten Wild, she's not had the best season. I mean, she's had a great season, don't get me wrong, but maybe not one of her best in the last few years. She's been very, very dominant in all the sprints, and I think this year's just been a little bit more quiet for her, but the importance that must be placed on her high-tech team here, being a Scandinavian team. You see out of the team, there's only a couple of riders that they've put in from Norway, so they've chosen their really, really strong international riders, indicating that a win here is really, really important.
Yeah, they're riders in, for those of you who don't know, the high-tech team: Kirsten Wild, Charlotte Becker, Tatiana Gudurzo, Lauren Kitchen, Emily Moberg and Miriam Bjornsrud are the team of high-tech for this year's race. And when you look at that is a strong team. You know, Lottie Becker is a world champion previously. Gudurzo is strong. Lauren Kitchen, the Oceania champion. It is a team who really can back things up, and you've got someone like Lauren Kitchen who can go on the attack and get in the right move and take the pressure off Wield. That's
right. Lauren's had an extremely strong season and will be probably the most valuable support, along with Charlotte Becker, that Kirsten Wild could hope for today. So she will have strong support, which she's not really had in the past, but given the form of these riders, I think that she can be very confident that they can support her and put her into place. But we've seen in the past in this particular race that Kirsten Wild, as a pure sprinter, has had very, very good results. We'll see whether Kirsten Wild can figure in the run into the finish, but there are some pretty tough little technical sections and a tough climb on this that really starts to strength sap you towards the end of the race. We are seeing Bellato then on the attack. If you're just joining us for the Vargada World Cup, you have missed the first hour of racing. The first hour has just been covered, and the lone leader is Elena Bellato of the Ale Cipollini team. She went on the attack. Her advantage, the last information we have, is at 50 seconds. If you would like to join us on Twitter, at Rochelle Gilmore, at Ant McCrossan, the hashtag is Vargada, which is VARGARDA. That's where you can join us for any conversation. Ask us any questions if you would like to. The race will hot up on the run into Vargada, but you've got the chance now. If you want to know anything about the women's cycling sport, you can ask Rochelle any questions. She can give us as much information as she wants to give us. I've tried on the World Tour. I can't get any more than I've got. But if you would like to know anything else about
the teams, the riders, Wiggle Honda, what she's doing, then ask at Rochelle Gilmore or ask at Ant McCrossan if you would like to. And we'll ask and answer any questions as we go through this morning's racing. It's great to be able to see the Women's World Cup totally live. The first chance to see the entire peloton this season. Coming up, the motorbike, that gives the rider, as well as the radio in her ear, she'll get information from the board that comes up, shows at the time gap. The latest time gap now 52 seconds. So she's getting to that all-important moment when she will get to the 1 minute. And then there's the chance where the team cars can come up. Her team car could come up and could talk to her if they would like to give her any information. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they decide, no, she's quite happy. She'll sit there on her own. She knows that she was going to be left her own devices. But things like taking on a drink or gels or anything like that, if she wants, they can come up.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for the team is team car is to try and get up to that rider in case they do just want to ask some direct information to the car, or to take a bottle or something to eat, to give some really detailed information that you can't really give on the race radio if it's not super clear. So the race car, the team director, will want to get up to this rider as soon as possible. But the question about whether they stay with the lead rider or drop back to the peloton is all to do with whether the lead rider for the day is back in the peloton or if it is the rider up front. In this case with LA Cipollini, I think Shelley Olds is the rider that needs very fast, quick attention if she has a mishap or a puncture or an accident. The car needs to be behind the peloton, not behind the lead rider. So I think we'll see that LA Cipollini will go directly up to talk to Bellato, ask her how she's feeling, and then head back to the peloton and be there in case something happens to their sprinter.
She always has, though, as the lone leader, a neutral service car with her if she has a problem. And when the team car of Ale Cipollini goes up, they'll check with the neutral service car that they're happy with looking after her, which they always are. They'll always look after her. They always have some gels, some bottles in the neutral service car as well. So if a rider suddenly says, I really need water or I need something else, then the car will look after her. We're hearing now, after 1 hour and 4 minutes of racing, the advantage 57 seconds now for this lone leader. Bellato, the Ale Cipollini rider, still no chase, and that all-important 1 minute is coming up for this rider who is on the attack. So this advantage is starting to grow quite considerably now.
Well, I think they won't want to let it go out much more than a minute. They want to keep this very controlled, and like we said, it just puts a lot of stress on the actual team plan and the strategy if they're put under pressure to chase as a team or one team. If other teams won't collaborate, then I think it can interfere with the actual team strategy to win this race. But like we said, this is such an exciting race because there's only one more round of the World Cup to go after this, and the World Cup standings can change after today. We have 3 of the top teams fighting out for the classement of the World Cup Series, and within that we have a race, and we have riders like Emma Johansson from the Orica AIS team that are not so interested in the World Cup standings but really interested in winning this race. And we'll also see the same with Kirsten Wield, really wants to win this race. Shelley Olds really wants to win this race. But when you talk about the big teams like Rabobank and Bowles and Wiggle Honda, they're really thinking also about the World Cup Series because it's in reach for them.
I was talking to Emma Johansson yesterday. She was here for the team presentation yesterday afternoon, and we were talking a little bit about the series, the World Cup, and a little bit about Sweden as well, because she actually spends a lot of her time living in Norway now and in Belgium, so she splits her time between those two countries. And she knew a lot of people here. Her mum is here. Her mum had to get a train from the a train from the north of Sweden. Took her 11 hours to get here to actually to see Emma race today. So she looked really pleased to have some of the people she really hasn't seen for a while be here at this race today.
That's fantastic. I mean, in general, we think of Sweden as a very small country, but we also heard that Amelia Farland's parents have travelled a long way to watch this race and be here today. So there's a lot of Swedish support out on the side of the roads, and we will see on the short circuits when you come up the hill that there's a festival going on at the top of the hill, and you can smell the barbecue as you go past. I've done this race many times, and obviously that's the hardest part of this race on the circuit is that hill, and that's where everybody is having a big party and barbecues, and it's a great atmosphere out there.
The hardest part's not stopping for a hot dog.
Yeah, that smell. It's very difficult to focus when you're in a lot of pain and you're smelling the hot dogs. So, but it's a really great part of this circuit, that the top of that hill.
So we're heading through Anunga, which the old church is from the Middle Ages. The new church in this area was built in the 1800s. The gap is starting to fall a little bit. The gap suddenly drops 34 seconds. So despite any concerted chase, Bellato is either starting to suffer, or the peloton has just ratcheted up the pace a little bit now, and the gap drops to 34 seconds, having been 57. And it looks to me, I don't know, Rochelle, you can tell her pedaling style, it's a little bit less fluid than it was a while ago.
Yeah, I think that she could be starting to tire. She's had a very strong breakaway, to be honest, and the main peloton now is starting to stretch out. We saw a few attacks move off the front of the peloton from that helicopter view, so it looks like the peloton's getting a little bit active, and Bellato will know that she won't be out there for too much longer if the peloton remain to continue to attack. And I think it might be safer for the peloton to bring this back and start their race when they hit the circuits.
She's having to get out of the saddle here just to stretch her legs a little bit, and also take the pressure off that lower back, just to get a different position. She's on the attack. She's been on the attack now for what, 31 minutes? So it's a hard effort when you are holding off a peloton, despite them not chasing hard. You're still having to ride a few kilometres an hour quicker, just to try and firstly extend your advantage, and then to hold it once you get there.
Well, the idea of this breakaway is to put pressure on the peloton and allow Shelley Olds to and the rest of the teammates of Shelley Olds to have a little bit of a free ride while the peloton panic a little bit and try to close this gap. Sometimes it just comes back naturally and it doesn't really work out for the team that's gone on the attack, but I think we do see now that the closer they're getting to these circuits and to the gravel section, that the peloton's panicking a little bit. We've seen a couple of riders just pick up the pace by throwing a few little attacks out there. So things are starting to happen. It's coming down quickly. The break is only 20 seconds now.
So the rider who was a silver medalist in the Italian Championships previously is still off the front as we continue with this attack. We're hearing a little bit of an unconfirmed report of a crash of Giorgia Bronzini, who is now back up and running and in the peloton. But we didn't see that, Rochelle, that Bronzini had a crash. But we are hearing from Radio Tour that she might be up and running after a crash. We're now on the gravel road as we turn right, so we will see a lot of dust being thrown up here, and we'll also see whether the peloton now bring this rider back quickly.
Be interesting to see if Megan Gagne is on the front of the peloton when they come through this gravel section, because
Strada Bianchi.
She was the winner of the first ever women's Strada Bianchi, and it was won in fine form by Gagne and the Bowles-Dolmans team. So also Lizzie Armistead, pretty handy herself on on the gravel roads and up there at Strada Bianchi as well. But that team, I think in numbers, they'll like this section and be right at the front, applying the pressure. They
certainly will. Another rider who loves gravel roads is Tiffany Cromwell. She grew up riding in Australia on roads which were pretty gravel around her home region. But Bellato looks to be enjoying this.
Yeah, and I think she'll favour being out there, because it's obviously a lot easier when you hit these gravel sections to be out there picking your own line on the gravel sections, and she's really digging deep across here and giving it one last little push. You see the peloton's in sight now just behind her, so she won't be out there for much longer. She wants to get across this section off the front, and it'll be interesting to see if there's another LA Cipollini rider ready to make a move once this is brought back.
The lone leader then, as we look down from the helicopter in this UCI Women's World Cup. We're on the gravel road that everyone has been talking about, that was put into the Vargada World Cup this season. A completely changed course. Suddenly the peloton is really motoring, isn't it? And it's not easy round these left-hand swoops. There's quite a lot of gravel on this road, and you don't want to be anywhere other than at the front, because if someone slides and has a crash, then it could take out one of the big names.
Very difficult to see from this view, but I think I saw a white jersey up near the front, which would mean Lizzie Armitstead is taking control by riding at the front on the gravel section. I think that's where she'd like to be. Just looking over the shoulder there, it's hard to make out who these riders actually are, but I think in second position there could be Lizzie Armitstead, the World Cup leader.
As we look down on this area, this is a bit of a battle along here, and this area very well known in the 1700s. The trees in this area were used to build all the battleships for the Swedish Navy. As we go through here, there's some magnificent pictures here. Lizzie Armitstead right on the front. Shelley Olds also in the luminous yellow, riding close to the front of this race. Ale Cipollini are taking this race on today as we go past with certainly Lizzie Armitstead is the rider who's doing the damage on the front.
Yeah, I think she wanted to take control of that and put the pressure down, so we saw her right near the front. It's hard to make out the picture right now who that rider is. It could still be the Ale Cipollini rider.
Still Bellato, who has got that slender advantage now. 1 hour 12 minutes of racing covered, and Bellato just holding on. But as we go slightly downhill, it is Lizzie Armitstead and her Bowles Dolmans team who are on the front of this peloton. Thank you to all of you for joining us on today's live coverage of the UCI Women's World Cup. Rochelle Gilmore alongside me in the commentary box. As we look here, Lizzie Armitstead is the rider on the front. Shelley Old sitting 3 wheels back in the luminous yellow. Bellato still has this little advantage on the peloton, which is probably around about 15 seconds maybe by the looks of things.
So exciting to see Lizzie Armitstead riding on the front in the World Cup leaders jersey, and that's why she is such a classy bike rider, because even when she has the strongest team possibly in the world here to support her, take pressure off her, she takes it on herself and she takes responsibility. She's riding on the front of the peloton. She knows she wants to stay out of trouble, but she never takes the easy option, and she's not only got the legs to win bike races, but also to be the predominant attacker in a bike race and still pull off the win at the end. So she very much deserved that World Cup jersey last year, and this year it's heading in the same direction.
One long line as the peloton went downhill. I think Bronzini was right on the back of the peloton there for Wiggle Honda. You do think Lizzie Armitstead has been around a long time, but in reality, if you bring it into perspective as they go into a headwind section, she's only 26.
She is very young in terms of cycling, and when a lot of riders peak is after 27, in fact. So she's had a fantastic career, and she's just a very confident bike rider, and one of those athletes that has everything in perspective and sorted out at a very young age, and that's what allows them to get the results that she has already at such a young age, whereas other athletes are trying to work out the balance mentally and physically of being a professional athlete, and Lizzie Armitstead has certainly ticked a lot of her boxes in her career at a very young age.
She was saying to me yesterday that what's great now about where women's cycling is going is that she won the race in Philadelphia, and her family were able to watch her across in Great Britain. She comes from Otley in Yorkshire, but they were able to watch her. They were able to see what she's actually doing, and because of that, she says, you know, in Great Britain I'm an Olympian. I get publicity anyway in Olympic year, but the BBC and other channels are reporting about her, even in Philadelphia now, winning the World Cup, which is a massive change for her.
I think it makes it easier for women to choose such a sport as their career option, because their families and people in general can relate to what they're actually doing, and they are professional cyclists, and that's been hard to explain in the past, that it is the same as men's. You know, we do exactly the same thing, but now they're able to perform on a TV screen for, you know, around globally there's coverage of women's cycling, so it's easier to explain what they're doing, what their career is all about, and just give it 100% without a lot of questioning what are you actually doing? It's a career now, it's a professional sport, that's where we're at. It's taken a long time, but Lizzie Armitstead's been around for a while, even at her young age, and her opinion on the TV coverage and the exposure of women's cycling has changed significantly in the past 3 years. If we were to interview Lizzie Armitstead 3 or 4 years ago and ask her about the position of women's cycling, it's certainly a very, very different response to what you would get today.
Yeah, when you think about it, those of you who don't know the story of Lizzie Armitstead, how she was discovered and how she became a bike rider, she was at school in Otley. She heard that there was the potential of the British Cycling Talent Team at the time coming to her school. She went along, she missed maths, and she decided to give it a go. And she was beaten riding on this. Here's a problem for one of the Classica B Pink riders who is at the side of the road. That's Ilaria Bonomi, who's had a mechanical and will get back and underway. The mechanic has sorted that out. Might have been a puncture, might have been a mechanical problem. But Lizzie went to this talent team afternoon or lunchtime or something like that, rode the bike, gave it a go, and she was being watched by the talent team coach at the time. She didn't win. She didn't do anything out of the ordinary, but they were going back to her school again, and the coach who was there of the talent team spotted that Lizzie had this drive once she got on a bike, that he saw something in her that she refused to give up. And that was the only reason why they spotted her. Not because she won, not because she was the best that day. And when they went back to the school and gave her another go and everything, they could see the fire in her once she was on a bike. And she didn't know she had it.
Well, that's an interesting characteristic that they've pointed out with Lizzie, that she's a fighter, because when you watch her ride today, it all looks so easy that you could sit back and say that's just natural talent. She has so much natural talent. She can just ride on the front. She can just win bike races. But it's not the case in many situations. And with Lizzie obviously being identified through a program at school as being an actual fighter but not a winner indicates that she's had to work really, really hard. And it's obviously her commitment and dedication and fight that gets her into the condition that she's in to sit in a bike race like this and look comfortable. It's a special art that she has to look very, very comfortable on the bike even when she's under pressure. So yeah, it's interesting to hear the stories of where these athletes come from.
The gap now we're hearing is 14 seconds. Lizzie was a team pursuit world champion after she was spotted and rode the track a lot. She was a team pursuit world champion in 2009. Again, fighting spirit. She crashed in the scratch race in the world championships in 2009 and still got up and finished in the silver medal position at the end of the race. And since then, she turned her attention away from the track. She felt it wasn't for her, and she turned her attention to the road again. Giving the indication of a rider who knows what she wants and goes out and does what she feels is right for her. National road race champion on a couple of occasions, winner of this year already of Tour of Qatar, the Trofeo Alfredo Binda in Chatillo, and the winner of the Philly Classic that we saw just a few weeks ago. This gap is still dropping, but they haven't brought her back. They're kind of sitting and letting her fry out in the front of this bike race, with coming up to 1 hour and 20 minutes of racing completed.
Well, Anthony, I thought that we would see more attacking on this big loop, which is a new addition to the Sweden round of the World Cup. In the past, it's just been laps of the small circuit that we're about to hit soon. But we expected on this big loop that because it's rolling and you can get out of sight really quickly, that there would have been more attacks from the teams. Maybe on the first 4-kilometre climb that was at 20 kilometres into the race, there could have been a bit of attacking to tie the legs before they get to the circuit from the stronger riders and stronger teams. But it's been pretty calm, apart from this one rider from LA Cipollini, Bellato, who's gone off the front. But in general, all the big names have stayed very, very calm and protected.
At the back of the race then, I just saw Emily Collins of Team Tipco, Catherine Garfoot. Was that Emily just stopping at the side of the road?
Yeah, Emily Collins. She put her hand up asking for a vehicle and then just pulled over to the right-hand side of the road. So that looks like it could be a wheel change for Emily Collins. She's had some fine form. She's been riding very well at a recent race in Thuringen. So she looks like she's quite strong coming into the end of the season.
This is the lone leader, Elena Bellato of the Ale Cipollini team, coming up towards about 50 minutes out in the lead. Stephen Fry's just tweeted into me and said Danny King's story of discovery is pretty similar to Lizzie Armistead. She was discovered in a talent team session in her school in Southampton, where I live, at 14 years of age. So pretty much the same. And
in addition, being from Australia, I was identified in the same way also. A talent identification program coming to the schools, and you know, you have the opportunity to miss a maths lesson and be tested or not. So I took that opportunity and had to go through a series of tests, which was running 100 meters, seeing how long you could jump, how high you could jump, your agility, reaction, speed, how fast you could throw a ball. At the end, I remember we did like a 3 or 4 kilometre run that felt like 20 kilometres. But over the course of a few hours, just run through all these different tests. And the procedure in our school was that a couple of weeks later, we got a letter to say that we've been identified in the top so many percent in that region to go to the next level. And through a lengthy procedure, I made it through to the top 1% in Australia of talented athletes that was evaluated over a series of different tests and a series of 6 months, and then offered a scholarship to the Australian Institute of Sport, which was leading me to go over to Europe and experience life as a professional cyclist in Europe. So it's great to see that these talent identification programs are obviously all around the world and identifying talent that goes on to world-class performances. So if you hadn't managed to miss maths that day... That's not even a possibility. If I'm given that option, I'm out of there. You were missing maths anyway. It's been a beautiful life and career as a cyclist, so obviously I'm very fortunate to have been a part of the talent ID programs that go around to the schools, and hopefully they continue in the future, because they have proven to identify, like we've just seen, Lizzie Armistead and Danny King also coming through those programs. Absolutely. Well, this rider is still out in the front of this race. If you're just joining us now, this is the UCI Women's World Cup. We're here in Vargada in Sweden. We're about, for those of you looking on a map, we're about, 60 kilometres north of Gothenburg. So most people have flown into Gothenburg for this race. As we head now back towards Vargada, we're getting towards the outskirts of it to complete this 56-kilometre lap. Then we have 7 laps of this traditional circuit, the 11-kilometre circuit that we normally see the riders ride here in Vargada. But for the last few years, we've certainly never seen weather conditions like this. It's absolutely sparkling out here, and Bellato is starting to build her advantage again, I think. She was almost caught on that little bit of a momentum boost, a little bit of an acceleration on that gravel road, but now she is not being caught, and the peloton with one long line at the front. The pace is starting to go up a little bit more, and the gap now 15 seconds for the leader. Well, it's interesting that didn't get caught, but we saw that it was pretty calm across the cobbles. It was Lizzie Armistead that was leaked cobbles, dirt section. You want cobbles, don't you? Yeah, I wanted cobbles, but the gravel section, we thought that it would be a little bit more aggressive, but Lizzie Armistead was riding on the front, and they got very close to pulling this rider back, but let her go out a little bit there. So, but now they can have her in sight. I think it's less dangerous, and we see the pace is picking up from the peloton. It's a little bit strung out. So if you'd like to join us then on Twitter, at Rochelle Gilmore, at Ant McCrossan, the hashtag, of course, is hashtag Vargada, and at UCI Women's Cycling is one of the other places you can follow today's racing. Lots of you are on Twitter and you are tweeting about the race. It's great to know so many people are watching today's racing out there, wherever you are, and just enjoying seeing Elena Bellato in the lead. As we head back now to Vargada, the town that this is pretty much centered on. It's going to be a pretty interesting finishing loops, as Rochelle has already outlined to you all. It is a technical course. It runs through the town every time. The crowd are, I'm sure, going to build to enjoy watching this race as it reaches its conclusion over the next,
quite a while yet to go in this race before we reach its conclusion at 133.5 kilometres.
Well, it's going to be some super exciting racing, Anthony. There's been a lot of talk about this World Cup coming into it. Like we said, that the classification for the World Cup series is very, very close. Just with one round remaining after this in France, the SWE World Cup. So it's a very, very tight competition for the World Cup series, and a lot of riders very interested in trying to get that jersey for 2015.
Bellato then is our lone leader as she makes her way into Vargada, a little community in the southwest Sweden, about, as we've said, 65 kilometres from Gothenburg. We flew in here on Friday before the team time trial, but she's making her way across the line to start the first of the 7 loops of this year's race. And behind her, as we look down, the peloton are not too far behind her, just 15 seconds behind, with 7 laps of racing to go. At the front of the peloton then, Niwa Doma, the best young rider. It is Chantal Black who is at the front of the race. Also near the front are many other riders. Megan Garnier is also there in the colours of the United States champion in the blue, white and red, as they make their way out now with 7 laps to go.
Well, this is where it's all going to happen on these laps. There's been comments about this circuit. In the past, it's only been circuits without that big lap at the start. And is it a sprinter's race or is it not a sprinter's race? Well, I've done it a few times, and I was known in my career to be as pure a sprinter as you can possibly get. And I never had a great result here, but I did feel that it's a course that a sprinter could, a really, really fit, strong sprinter could get to the finish off. So there's a question mark today over whether the likes of Georgia Bronzini, Kirsten Wild and Shelley Olds, can they be there with the favourites like Gagne, Armitstead, Longo Borghini, Johansson. It'll be interesting coming into the finish to see if those sprinters can hang on.
The riders then have just gone through the feed. They are allowed to take on some food and drink after 50 kilometres of racing. We don't see, in women's racing, they don't have massive feed stations like you have in the men's racing, do you?
Yeah, it's interesting when we're talking to sponsors and manufacturers about feed bags, and we say, well, in women's cycling, feed bags aren't that common because the races aren't long enough to need to have sandwiches and a whole heap of food handed to them on the bike, so you won't often see a feed bag handed out to a rider in a women's peloton. But a lot of these riders will take on about 6 energy bars, or 3 energy bars and 3 gels. So most of the food that they eat during the race they can take in their pockets, and when they go back to the race car they're only filling up on bottles. When they take feed from the side of the road, we're generally referring to a bottle rather than food.
Yeah, the kind of nutrition strategy is a little bit different to a men's race, or very, very different.
Yeah, I think it's different in the way that they don't need to take on real food. They have a really big meal, I guess, 3 hours before the start of the race, and most of our races are around 3 hours long.
The catch now of Elena Bellato. We see the peloton going past, 3 riders slightly at the front, and as you mentioned, Rochelle, immediately Ale Cipollini are represented as they went past them. So the peloton now all together after 1 hour 29 minutes of racing, and she was out in the lead for a long time then. It was around about well over and nearly an hour actually of racing that she was out in the lead, but she's finally caught.
She did a great job for her team, and she'll try and slip back in there and just ask her leader of the race, Shelley Olds from the Ale Cipollini team, if she needs anything, because she won't expect to stay with the peloton for much longer. She would have given 100%, and you can just see that yellow jersey slipping right to the back of the peloton. She'll need to catch her breath and try to recover a little bit, but it's a very technical, tight circuit. You can see always right and left. From this view, we can see that it's narrow roads, but it's the rights and the left and the positioning and the hill that's coming up on the course as well that's most demanding about this lap.
Well, Rochelle has outlined to us the possibilities out on this course today. Who is going to be the rider who takes this World Cup? We see the front of the peloton now all together, and it is Velocio Schramm who have control of the front of this race. And if you've only just joined us now, we talked, Rochelle recapped her conversation with Tiffany Cromwell this morning, and it is Tiffany Cromwell who's now on the front of the peloton, who said we're going to own this bike race today, and immediately onto the finishing circuits. And it is Tiffany Cromwell and Velocio Schramm who immediately go to the front.
Well, I think Velocio Schramm's one of the big teams in this race that want a win today. They want a race win today. You can see that some riders are on the attack now, and we were pretty accurate with the fact that they want to start racing when they hit these circuits, and it's firing up at the moment. Two riders just gone off the front. We'll get a little bit of a closer look who they are, but you can see the peloton. They don't want to let anything go that's not well represented by all of the teams.
Two riders go clear, another three riders trying to go across to them, and from the helicopter shot, quite hard to identify who they are, but it looks like we've got 6 riders going clear from the front of this race right now. Ale Cipollini are represented. I think Liv Planteur are represented. The first attacker looked to me if it was Lensworld Zanata potentially, and also Orica AIS. No, it is Boels Dolmans and Orica AIS who are the two teams represented at the front. Ale Cipollini, Liv Planteur, and it looks like it's all coming back together.
Certainly quite aggressive now with the riders on the attack, and that might have been Gracie Elvin just rolling through there for the Orica AIS team. So she's been in great form with a couple of UCI wins this year. So a really strong season for Gracie Elvin, but she just swings off there and has a look. We can see that's done a little bit of damage, and everybody's certainly awake now.
That looked like the style from the helicopter of Chantal Black, last year's winner. As another big move goes, and this is Orica AIS again at the front of this race. So just things are softening up a little bit, and the twists and turns of this course as 4 riders now go clear at the front of the race. Looks like it might be Scandalara. Megan Garnier is the rider on the front in third wheel also, so it is Garnier who's the rider who's stretching this race with Niwadoma. Garnier, Niwadoma in the purple colours on the right-hand side. I think it might be Scandalara at the back and one of the Lensworld team, but also Ale Cipollini closing this up.
It could be Scandalara from Orica AIS, but it could also be Amanda Spratt. They have a very similar riding style and both very small, but Niwadoma is putting the pressure on there. So interesting that the main players want to have a really attacking race. You see Lizzie Armitstead to the left of your screen there, just coming up onto the wheel of Megan Garnier. But we mentioned earlier today that could be the tactic of the Boels Dolmans team, to try and get Garnier off the front, because she didn't ride the team time trial a couple of days ago.
Emma Johansson arrives at the front, the Swedish champion, riding in her home country. So with 1.5 hours of racing covered, approaching the 60-kilometre point. This race 133.5 as we go for the first little climb. This will give you the indication of what this circuit is like, and as you can see, the riders haven't really had much climbing to do. The arrival of Anna van der Breggen on the right hand side of the screen, Niwadoma. Now we're starting to mention the big names, Rochelle, as we go through another area for the riders to take on a bottle.
Well, yep, the main riders, the stronger riders, are at the front here on the climb, so they'll all be watching each other now every single lap on this climb. It's one of the most crucial parts of the circuit, so it's where you can do the most damage. Riders like Garnier, Emma Johansson, Elisa Longo Borghini, all the big names, strong classics type riders, will want to be making an attack here on this part of the climb later on in the race.
Eugenia Bujak is the rider who's just slightly off the front for the Classica, the BTC team, Ljubljana. She's just made her way slightly off the front there. The Boels Dolmans team with Evelyn Stevens, Niwadoma is towards the front of the race. And we'll look a little bit further back. A few bottles being taken on. It's going to be warm today, though the nutrition strategy for these riders is going to be pretty important over the next hour or so of racing, as we see number 14 there, and that is Thalita de Jong, who is riding for Rabo Liv.
Well, I think we touched an interesting topic about the Talent ID programs when we were talking about Lizzie Armitstead and Danielle King. We've had on Twitter a message come in from Melissa Hoskins.
Is she watching, is she? Hello, Melissa.
She's watching. She's not in the race today for Orica AIS, but if she was, she'd certainly be one of the favourites, because she's lost a lot of weight and turned herself into a bit of a roadie opposed to a track rider this season, and been very strong on courses like this. So she says that she was also identified by a talent ID program, as was her partner, Rowan Dennis. So a lot of athletes coming through talent identification programs.
That was two riders who were extremely talented. Rowan Dennis broke the world hour record, of course, and has that magnificent performance in the Tour de France. I was lucky enough to commentate with Rowan Dennis at the World Championships, actually, as he watched Melissa win a world title. And I've never seen anyone so excited to be in the commentary box.
Oh, it's lovely, also in obviously a relationship in cycling, to understand each other and be able to have that support from your partner that really understands the significance of events and being nervous coming into them. But it looks like we've got a bit of a breakaway here, or it might be the riders that were off the back. An interesting view here from the helicopter. Yeah,
I'm thinking these might be riders who are off the back. We've heard on Radio Tour that Kendall Ryan has had a crash, and now, Rochelle, it is the back of the race. Here is another attack, and it's Orica AIS who are starting to heat things up a little bit.
Well, that's Amanda Spratt. She comes from a BMX background, but she's had a fabulous career and a very, very strong rider, but she's trying to put the pressure down and make it a hard race for Emmy Johansson. They know how important this race in Sweden is for the Swedish rider, Emmy Johansson, so they'll all be trying to put her in a winning position.
Another attack at the front, and this is Bigler trying to soften things up a little bit. An immediate reaction from Amelia Farlin of the Wiggle Honda team, who shuts that one down very, very quickly. So it's now the skirmishes. This is the important bit of this race. Another attack from Orica AIS. They are refusing to let anyone relax. And immediate again, Ale Cipollini in the luminous yellow, who close this one up again. Big attack here at the front. Looks like Orica AIS really want to make this race hard.
Well, they've got every reason to do that this year. I mean, Emmy Johansson's in fine form. She's proved that. She won the Thuringen Tour that followed the Giro Rosa, so she's in fine form. And as we said, she sacrificed riding the team time trial a couple of days ago for her chances to win this race in Sweden. Always on the podium, very close in the mix, but she requires a really strong team here in Sweden to pull off this win today.
Massive support for Emma Johansson on Twitter at the moment. The hashtag is Vargada. At Ant Macross and at Rochelle Gilmore is where you can join us as the motorbike picks up Lucinda Brand now going on the attack. The Dutch champion for Rabo Liv trying to stretch this race a little bit more. Lucinda Brand, second in Sparkassen Giro just a few weeks ago. And 6th overall in the World Cup. 227 points she has. She is in 6th place behind Alena Amalusic, and Lizzie Armistead is the leader of the World Cup overall as Bigler go on the attack. Fast downhill. I think I could see the figure of Shelley Olds towards the front of the race, staying out of trouble. She wants to stay near the front of this race today, and you need to be vigilant because it's constant left, right, climbing, and also fast downhills as well.
Well, this is Vera Kudoda of the Bigler team on the front. We saw her last year make a breakaway with a stunning solo break that went out there for a long time, and she does that. She's famous for that, and in fact, amongst all the teams, she was a rider today that the directors said, hey, we're going to have to put a rider on her and jump on her. So looks like she's well marked today. She'll keep trying because that's the style of rider that she is, but this is Mayuris now putting down the pressure.
Followed by Lucinda Brand, and Tipco are also represented at the front. This American team who kind of split their program between riding in the United States, as we see Shelley Olds at the front of the race. So Shelley is firmly involved in the action right now, wearing number 81 for Ale Cipollini. But the Tipco team, based over in California, but they managed to split their program, put a team over here, and at the same time supporting the racing over in the United States as well.
Yeah, it's a fantastic program to be able to do that, and I think it's really important at the moment that they are here in Europe. But Lizzie Armistead there in second place, looking very, very comfortable. She often does take control of the bike races and position herself right at the front, but she looks quite comfortable. And
Megan Garnier right there in the middle for the American fans in the Stars and Stripes jersey, the winner of Strada Bianca, the winner of the United States Championships. Over on the left-hand side, we see the arrival of more teams. So things have calmed down a little bit, but the tempo is still firmly up. Denmark are well represented in this race. Their team, Christina Sigard, Camilla Pedersen, Rika Lona, Margrit Kloppenberg, Michelle Quada and Tina Hansen are the team of Denmark who are there. Jolien Dora over on the right-hand side, the Belgian champion, is sitting in the third or fourth row from the front. You can just see her from the helicopter. She looks to me like she's riding pretty close to Lizzie Armistead all of the time.
Well, she comes from a bit of a track block in the last few weeks, so it's an interesting thing to juggle. I think now the track riders, they still need to gain points to qualify for World Cups this winter, so they've had to go to a few track events, and Jolien Dora, she's had to mix and juggle this year her road season and her track season. I think next year we're going to see her more predominantly focus on the track, but this year been a little bit of a juggle, and coming into Sweden the last couple of days, she said, I've really got track legs, but she had a few days to ride those track legs out, so let's hope that she's got her road legs on for today.
One rider who said that as well was Danny King. She's been riding on the track a lot over the last few weeks. If you have not seen the Women's World Cup before, you're getting the chance to see the entire race live. We'll try and pick out some of the teams, some of the riders for you, so you know exactly who is animating this race. As we come round to complete the first of our laps, was 7 laps to go. This time round it is 6 laps of racing remaining in this Women's World Cup. And it is Orica AIS who are making this race extremely difficult on the front right now. And also Park Hotel are up towards the front of the race as they go very fast left hand out of Vargada now. They are doing this lap very quickly indeed. Christine Mayeras is up towards the in the middle of the peloton there, the Luxembourg champion, easy to pick her out. But still many riders in with a chance of winning this race. No one has struck the blow yet to win here in Vargada. And last year we saw Chantal Black with that magnificent attack over the climb to actually win the race, and we've seen that on a few occasions.
Well, you could see when they came through the finish line there that the pace was really on at the front of the peloton, but those riders protected in the middle still had very relaxed faces and feeling very comfortable. So we can see now on screen there the riders that are a little bit dropped off the back, so a number of riders struggling to maintain contact with the peloton today.
A lot of the Danish riders are in that group. They are now out of the back. So we saw, I think, in particular, Christine Sigard was out of the back of that in that group then. As the peloton now will go through. That was the leading rider, Chloe McConville. Elena Amalusic was in second wheel, the Belarusian champion. And up towards the front, Megan Garnier. One rider we haven't mentioned, of course, is Lotta Lepisto, who is a rider who could win today if it came to a sprint.
She had a fantastic win in Thuringen, so she's had some wins this season. And definitely a rider that you'd want to watch out for. So a name that keeps popping up in the big results. Definitely an outside chance for a win in a race like this.
I know there was a lot of concern about you getting your sweets up here for today, but you've done okay, haven't you?
And you just catched me with a mouthful of Haribo. So, yeah.
All good. At the front then is Bigler and Christine. Megan Garnier is up towards the front. Tipco are involved in the action a little bit. They're the team in the blue with the luminous, kind of very bright yellow on their kit. Must admit, it's nice to see a sponsor like Tipco still involved in the sport. They've been supporting this team for a long time. I can remember going to the Men's Tour of California, the second edition of it, and went out on a ride, and the team Tipco, as it was that time, were out on that ride, and We did a big loop. It was a magnificent day out, lovely sunny day. They were based down in Palo Alto, and they're really only a small team then. But now they're able to run a joint program. Ed Beeman is their team director, and they've been in the sport a long time now.
They have been, like we were just saying before, that they have a very stable environment and a steady program, and it's fantastic. Their budget must be quite significant if they're able to have a team racing in Europe at the same time as in the USA. And it's great to see the riders having experience over here riding in the European peloton and being a real part of it, really shaking up the race and being active in a World Cup race. So it's great to see them here and having a go.
So those of you who'd like to ask us any questions, give us your predictions, thoughts. It's nice to know that we've got all the fans out there watching today's Women's World Cup. We've even got some of the pro riders, Melissa Hosking and others tweeting in. We haven't heard from Annemiek van Vleuten. We wanted to know how she was doing. So if she's watching or one of her teammates is, we can find out how she's doing. A few people would like to know. But we're on now our way around the circuit. We have 6 laps to go, and the pace is certainly stretched. This little narrow section here means that you have to stay near the front. There's not an awful lot of passing room on this part of the course. And so riders having to think about, right, where do I go? Where can I drop back a little bit? Where do I have to go to the front? Where can I sit in the wheels? But as you're showing me, Rochelle, one long line now in this little narrower roads, being led here by the high-tech team, who you mentioned earlier on. Important for them as a Scandinavian squad to perform well in this race.
And they certainly are. I mean, they're taking control of this, riding on the front. They've got Kirsten Wild in the race today, a sprinter that can really do well on this course. She has a proven history of results in Sweden, and most certainly one of the favourites for today. So the Scandinavian team, High Tech, they want to get out there and have an aggressive race, take control of it, and hope that they can deliver Kirsten Wild into a winning position.
Teams then moving up towards the front of the race. We can see over on the left-hand side, it is Velocio Schramm in that grey-coloured kit as we go around the road furniture. On the right-hand side in the white with a little bit of green and blue is Orica AIS as we see Trixie Warwick arrive. The white colours of the German champion. She's always near the front, and Velocio Schramm certainly looked very interested in getting involved in this race now. We had the news, of course, Rochelle, that they were going to stop as a team for 2016. I think everyone was pretty disappointed about that, but Ronnie Lauka's managed to pull together a team with Canyon as a sponsor. Yeah,
it was devastating news when it hit the press that Velocio Schramm would finish at the end of this year, but that's been a little bit smoothed over now by rumours that confirmed rumours now that Ronnie Luke will run a team next year and try to keep the majority of the Velocio Schramm riders together. One big sponsor, Canyon, it's a bike manufacturer of backed women's cycling, and given some security to his program and his team for next year. So there's a lot of excitement in the Velocio Schramm team now that they might be able to stay together as a team in one unit, and we've seen them dominating a lot in women's cycling, specifically in team time trialling in the past. But the race is really heating up now, and it's Rabobank that have gone on the attack. And Lizzie Armitstead in second position there, really taking it upon herself to cover these moves. She's on the radio now. It looks like she's just called for a team for some support. And we often see that. You see when she goes to hold the jersey near her chest that she's pressing the button on the radio to speak to her teammates and ask them to come forward.
So it's Monique Teniglo who's on the front for the Rabo Live team. She is the rider who went on the attack, and now Lizzie went on the radio and immediately an attack, and it looks like could be Evelyn Stevens, who is just stretching the tempo with Velocio Schramm immediately onto the wheel. And so Lizzie, she is very much more now, this is what I want, this is how we need to do it, and you do see her on the radio a lot. Looks like Liv Planteur with a counter-attack starting to happen as we go up this climb. What does Lizzie want, though? Does she want an attack to go, or does she want things to be a good tempo so that the race is kept together until she attacks on this climb?
I think Lizzie always likes an aggressive, fast, difficult race, and perhaps trying to get Stevens or Garnier in a position where they're up the road to take a little bit of pressure off her. But she certainly did call for the team to move up, and perhaps for Stevens to make that move, just to keep the tempo really high and keep her out of trouble at the front.
A steel band on the left-hand side as we see the attack start to move, and it is Evelyn Stevens in second wheel going up the climb. Ale Cipollini still represented at the front, and it looked to me like it was their Polish champion Małgorzata Jasinska who was in second wheel or third wheel as we went up this little rise now. And we're going to just see riders going backwards on this climb, aren't we?
Yeah, the Liv Planteur rider that we saw attack from the bottom was Claudia Lichtenberg, and she's just had a fantastic race at the Route de France, finishing second on the general classification. You can see she's looking over her shoulder there. She's done the majority of the pacemaking from the bottom of the climb and now wants to keep that going, but there's not too many riders there that want to assist her. Orica AIS on the left of your screen has just made a move, followed by a Bols Dolmans rider.
This looks to be the point on the course where all the riders look like they want to make their moves. They want to go on the attack over the crest of this climb. As we know, when you go up the climb, it's hard, but then that's the point at the very top where people try and relax a little bit. That's when you can really hit hard and open up a bigger gap, as we see a big move from a rider there on the front of the peloton. A perfect time to go on the attack, and one rider going clear.
We couldn't quite catch who that was, but that certainly is the moment, like you said, Anthony, after the climb, when some of the riders, you can see all the gaps breaking up now. That's the dangerous point, just after the top of the climb. There's a little bit of a false flat, and that's when the moves really start to do some damage to the peloton and split up the riders.
A constant at the front of the race, though, is Bols Dolmans, Liv Planteur, also at the front, Orica AIS, all of the time. They're the key animators of this race so far. At the top of the climb then, you were absolutely spot on there, Rochelle. Claudia Lichtenberg was first over the top. It was Evelyn Stevens with Małgorzata Jasinska, Elena Amalusic, Emilia Fallin, very motivated today to be in this race, and just a few seconds advantage over a group containing Shelley Olds, Brennauer, and all the other top names.
I really do hope Emilia Fallin has a fantastic race here, because she's got a preparation this season spot on, and like we said before, for any Swedish rider to do well at a World Cup here in Sweden would be fabulous. And Emilia Fallin's put a lot of focus on this World Cup and being in perfect condition, and it's great to see when a rider prepares specifically for something that they arrive on the day in really great condition. So it's nice to see that she's active there at the front, and the same goes for Emma Johansson. We've seen that she sacrificed also a decision with the team to sit out the team time trial and give today a really good go.
We keep getting visits in this commentary box, although people just keep popping their head in. Someone who just popped his head in just now is from the men's sport, a Swedish legend, Magnus Backstedt, winner of Paris-Roubaix, just popped his head round and gave us a thumbs up, so we must be doing okay.
That's good news. I thought he was coming to steal the Haribo.
No, we can't have that. I think that might be dangerous. It wouldn't be good, would it? It would be the end of commentary, I think. You would hear Rochelle running down the stairs after him and trying to rugby tackle a Paris-Roubaix winner. There's a big attack here at the front, and I'm not sure whether that's either Lizzie Armistead or Trixie Warwick who's gone clear, but we'll have a look. Trixie Warwick is a rider in white who I thought it might be, but the camera's finding it difficult to find her right now as we go back to the peloton. 1 hour 54 minutes of racing. Oh, we found her. Who is it? It looks like Trixie Warwick, and she has decided to go clear. So the rider from the Velocio SRAM team, talented bike rider Trixie Warwick.
Absolutely, back in the national champions jersey this year, so that will give her confidence. She's got more experience, I think, than anyone else in this peloton, so she's one of the leaders of the team, captain on the road, and she's made a move As we said, we heard from her teammate Tiffany Cromwell earlier that their team are going to make this race and take control of it. So they're certainly doing that right now.
Megan Garnier is the rider who's trying to go across to her. She sensed the danger of letting Trixie Warwick and Velocio Schramm dominate this race. Trixie Warwick, I watched her on Friday at the team time trial. She is the motivator, the captain, the person who keeps this team going. And immediately, Megan Garnier, gosh, she got across that gap very, very fast. She was only just coming off the front of the peloton then. This is a dangerous breakaway now, as we see Garnier, the American champion in the Stars and Stripes, and Trixie Warwick, and another rider arrives, and a big attack from Lucinda Brand.
Well, they certainly mean business now, so there wasn't any hesitation there from the peloton. If you see Garnier and Trixie Warwick make a move off the front, you certainly need to react to that, and that they did, but a counter-attack by Lucinda Brand, and a very strong one at that. You can see that Garnier is really struggling just to close that 1 meter to the wheel. Very, very powerful move there.
I can't see whether the peloton's all together or whether there's a group of it. It looks like the peloton's coming back together. The tempo's come out. I think we're going to see another big move, and it does come. It comes on the left-hand side. Absolutely perfect moment to go on the attack. It's Rabo Liv who now stretch the race. Shelley Olds in second wheel, constantly at the front of this Vargada World Cup. So Rabo Liv with Anna van der Breggen just stretch the race a little bit. Liv Planter is also there, and up towards the front now are the rest of the bowls at Dolman's team. Emma Johansson, I think, is now at the front of this race too. Rochelle, this is starting to just get faster and faster.
Yeah, it's really the part of the race now where everybody wants to take their opportunity, and we're certainly seeing the big fight on for this World Cup leaders jersey and for the race win. We see a team like Velocio Schramm, they just want to win this bike race, and they want to try to take advantage of the fact that there's other teams that are more concerned in protecting their position on the World Cup Series, and they're just interested in winning this one-day race, this World Cup.
We think about Velocio Schramm. They didn't have a great start to the season. We didn't see them firing on all cylinders, and I was talking to Tiffany Cromwell, and she said, yeah, but things are coming together, things are working, we are getting cohesive as a team. And they were focusing on trying to get Garishi right, to be to the sprint train to be right, and then suddenly it came good, and they've won some big races now. They won Ride London, they won the Sparkassen Giro, so they were right. Everything is working, and now they might not have the World Cup in their sights, but they can win one-day races, and they are looking good. Lizzie Armistead leads this World Cup, wins in Chitilio and Philadelphia. Van der Breggen only 35 points behind. Elisa Longoborghini, Wiggle Honda in third place. Yolene Dora in fourth. Alana Lusick in fifth. And Lucinda Brand in sixth. As we head round now to complete another lap, and they will have 5 laps of this circuit to complete to find out who wins the Vargada round of the World Cup, the penultimate round of this year's series. 5 laps to go then, Rochelle, and the peloton are all together after those little skirmishes. And near the front of the race, Amelia Farlin constant there, near the head of this peloton. Velocio Schramm, Liv Planter, the pace calms down. Just under 2 hours of racing completed.
It was a pretty solid lap with a lot of attacks and counter-attacks and a lot of gaps and splits in the peloton, and we're going to see that just the toll of that long lap that we've done at the start and these couple of short laps now, that the riders are starting to feel it. So when moves go now in the next couple of laps, those gaps are going to get a little bit bigger and bigger, and the fight's going to get harder to bring it back together. So we might see something more significant on the next couple of laps stick. But you'll have those sprinters in there that are thinking all the time, we hope it's not too hard, because we just want to hang on over that climb. That's the hardest part of the race for the sprinters, to try and get back into the peloton. And it's just not easy, because it doesn't go directly downhill. It flattens out for a little bit, and it's a long fight across the top there. So the sprinters will need a lot of support from their teammates around them to bring them back. But it's the classic style of race riders that are just putting the hammer down and just attack, attack, attack. So I think we're going to see a very exciting next couple of laps.
If you're wondering where we are, we're on the left-hand side, up near the top of this gantry across the road. That's where we're positioned as we look down on a sun-blazed finishing straight, and we get a glimpse of the front of the peloton. And there's a lot of riders. Christian Marieras, on the left-hand side, the Luxembourg champion is there. Velocio Schramm with Elise Delzenne is at the front of the race now. So Elise Delzenne, the French rider, in their squad. Tipco represented, Ale Cipollini, and more teams arriving because they know they've got to get to the front before the climb happens. Chantal Black, last year's winner, right at the front of this race now, as another move comes, and it comes from Lensworld Zanata in the blue and white, one of the smaller teams in this peloton, as they try to move forward to get themselves set up for the climb on this circuit. If you're just joining us now, 5 laps of racing remaining in this UCI Women's World Cup here in Vargada in Sweden. Alongside me, a Commonwealth Games road race champion and owner and manager of Wiggle Honda, Rochelle Gilmore, giving us her insight as we see the peloton compact, calm, no big attacks right now. Rochelle, you've seen the first couple of hours of racing. What's the first couple of hours told us?
It's told us that this circuit that they're on now of 7 kilometres is very, very difficult and demanding. And on the large lap that they started with 56.5 kilometres, it was very, very calm because they knew the damage would be done on this circuit. And now we've seen the first couple of laps, a lot of attacking, and you see a lot of the legs getting tired. And in the next couple of laps, we'll see where these moves will go. But it's an interesting race today, one of the most exciting because it's unpredictable. The World Cup Series is very close. There's a fight for the World Cup win today. There's a fight for the World Cup jersey. There's only one World Cup race to go after this in Plouay. Leading into the World Championships, a lot of the riders are close to their peak fitness and form. So we're seeing the most exciting women's bike racing that we're going to see this season happening right now.
When you think about the run into the finish of the World Cup, it finishes with this race, but then it finishes with Plouay. And Plouay has got that hard hill on it. But you think about the 2 riders who are at the top of the standings right now, Van der Breggen and Lizzie Armistead. Van der Breggen, the winner of Flèche Wallonne, at the top of the Mur de Huy, they're one of the hardest climbs in the circuit. And then Lizzie Armistead, who is really at home on those sort of punchy climbs. It could come down to the final sprint up that climb in Plouay.
Absolutely, depending on what happens here today. But the difference is that today, any of these bike riders here in the race right now are capable of winning because it's just such an unpredictable circuit. Whereas in Plouay, there'll be a select group of more specific climbers come to the finish, and that's what's unique about this race here in Sweden, is that you just don't know if it's going to be won by a rider like Lizzie Armistead or Gagne, or a pure sprinter like Kirsten Wild or Giorgia Bronzini. So it's such an open race, and at the moment we see that all the big favourites of all different type of riders are still in contention. And what are the team tactics for each of the teams? So that's a question mark.
I don't think we've got it answered yet. We don't entirely know what these tactics are, because it looks to me like there's many teams who want to split this race up, and so far that's not really happening.
No, we thought that we'd see it a little bit more split up already, or a few more attacks that would have got a little bit of a gap happen before now, but for example, with the Wiggle Honda team, I'm not involved in the team tactics, but I did go into the camper and ask the girls, okay, what's the plan today? Just to get a little bit of insight so I could share it with you on the commentary. The idea...
What is the plan?
Hopefully none of the race directors in the car are listening right now or having their live feed in the car, but they have a few cards to play, Wiggle Honda, because they obviously have Elisa Longo Borghini third on the classification of the World Cup standings, and a rider that has potential to be in the top 3 also in Plouay. So it's a little bit of a juggle for the team, or a decision to make out on the road, whether they will race for Elisa Longo Borghini or somebody like Jolien Dorda or Giorgia Bronzini. So they have 3 cards to play. It makes it an interesting decision from the riders out there on the road and the director. Around this point of the race, the riders already know how their legs are feeling, and they have a couple of cards to play. So my opinion is that they'll send Elisa on the attack at some point later in the race, very close to the finish. And then the question would be, is the team going to race for Jolien or Georgia in the finish?
There's a few of you on Twitter now. The hashtag is Vargada, at Ant McCrossan, at Rochelle Gilmore, who are now predicting a bunch sprint as the run into the finish happens. But if you look at this peloton now, there are fewer riders. It's not a case of attacks and breakaways, it's a case of riders going out of the back of the peloton. So the race is happening at the front, and everyone who is suffering is just disappearing bit by bit. And this peloton may well just diminish in numbers over the next couple of laps, and we'll see it maybe 2/3 of the size that it is now, and then we will see the big attacks start to happen as Rochelle's outlined. In the first 2 hours of racing, we covered just under 39 kilometres, and considering the tempo was relatively steady when you look from the helicopter shots like we're doing now, they're still moving along at a nice pace all the way through this World Cup.
We've just got word on Twitter that Annemiek van Vleuten is doing quite well after her accident, which is great news to hear, because last year she prepared specifically for the individual time trial at the World Championships and came down in that awful crash that Rabobank had in the team time trial, and was unable to use her form for the individual time trial. So there was a lot of panic amongst the cycling community when they heard that she was hit by a car recently and maybe out of the World Championships. Again, that would be very, very disappointing, given that she gives a lot of focus to the individual time trial. But word from Martina Bras through on Twitter is that Annemiek van Vleuten is doing considerably well. In terms of what happened being hit by a car, she's already back on the bike and being very careful, of course, but heading in the right direction of being back for the World Championships.
Fantastic. Great to hear that Annemiek is recovering after that accident. As we look at the front of the peloton going past the feed again, many riders and many teams represented. In the red and white is the Belarusian champion, Elena Amalusik. The Liv Planteur rider is Sarah Mustonen. Giorgia Bronzini is now back up at the front of this race for Wiggle Honda. And as we go through this feed, every single time, this is the place that we are seeing the attacks start to happen. And Ale Cipollini with Malgorzata Jasinska is doing the damage every single time we go up this climb. She's constantly at the front of this race and looking to get in the moves.
Well, you can see it's a difficult place to take a bottle if the pace is going down, and that's the section of the course where you need to really, really dig deep. But it's quite warm out there, so a lot of the riders are already taking on as much fluids as they possibly can. And we see now that there's some more attacks going on the climb. It's the white jersey of Trixie Warwick, the German national champion again, so she means business. And like we said, Velocio SRAM want to take control of this race. They really do. They're certainly putting it down, but I think it's the same rider that she was covered by before. It could be Megan Gagne.
It is Megan Gagne. So these two riders again on the attack as they go over the top of the climb, joined by one more rider on this occasion. Do you get the feeling that Megan Gagne has been told to watch Trixie Warwick today? Every time she makes a move, Megan Gagne is the rider who goes with her. And the third placed rider has gone with her. Looks a little bit like Bronzini.
It does look like the style of Bronzini. Yes, it is. So Giorgia Bronzini realizes that Trixie Warwick wants to be away today, and it looks like Giorgia Bronzini wants to nullify that move, because Trixie Warwick and Gagne are not going to work with the likes of Giorgia Bronzini. So her ambition is to get into that move and say to Trixie Warwick, we've got other plans for today and we don't want this to go too far away. So they're two dangerous riders, Gagne and Warwick, that moved off the front, and Bronzini decided, I need to be there to slow this move down.
Well, great to see Giorgia Bronzini, who we were told had a little crash earlier on, involved in the action already. And she immediately looks around, the tempo goes out, but Warwick wants to continue with this attack for Velocio SRAM. She's the rider in the white, the rider who is the German champion from Velocio SRAM. Trixie Warwick stretching the pace just a little bit more than Megan Gagne there, so Bronzini will try and disrupt a little bit.
Well, you can see she didn't roll through there. She just switched onto the back. She did turn the head and talk to them after she rolled through for the first turn. She may have said, look, I'm not here to do work or take this break away. I'm just here to disencourage you guys from doing work and pulling away, because we want to keep this together for another scenario.
Well, there's so many little scenarios going on right now, but Warwick has decided that she wants to keep this momentum going, so she puts her head down and tries to pull this breakaway off the front of the peloton, but immediately the peloton look pretty vigilant, so they are bringing this race back together. Warwick, who's had so many top performances, and another attack as they get caught. It's Orica AIS who now stretch the front of this race.
Well, I think if it was an Orica AIS rider that was with Gagne and the other rider there instead of Giorgia Bronzini, that would have been more of a successful chance of a breakaway. But Orica AIS now going on the attack with a very strong move. We'll see in a minute who that is, but it could be Gracie Alban, who's been extremely strong this season.
They used her in La Course, didn't they, to go on the attack and try and soften things up a little bit. Ultimately, that breakaway didn't work. Hasn't worked here. It was Van der Breggen in La Course who went on the attack finally and held off the entire peloton with a magnificent show of how to ride cobbles in the pouring rain. And at the front of the race now, it's Mayeras, the Luxembourg champion. Also near the front, looks like BTC Ljubljana, who are represented, Sara Mustonen, a Swedish rider again for Liv Planteur, who wants to be at the front of this race. Another Swedish rider who wants to perform well.
Well, Liv Planteur being quite active with Claudia Lichtenberg on the climb, but I think they'll be riding for Amy Peters today. She's had a very, very good record of results here in Sweden, so I think she'll be the protected rider and also in very good form. So a great rider for Liv Planteur to have here, and a fantastic classics rider, so I think she'll be in the mix today.
Amy Peters, second last year to Chantal Black, third in 2013 to Marianne Vos and Emma Johansson. Surprising that Liv Planteur are not renewing her contract for next season, so she must be going somewhere else. Over on the right-hand side, Megan Garnier is taking a drink. Up towards the front of the race now, Anna van der Breggen is showing that she's in this race as we see Ashley Moolman arrive on the right-hand side. You can pick her out. She's on the yellow Cervelo bike compared to the rest of her teammates. Ashley, a very good climber, the South African champion, as she takes a drink as well. Now another acceleration happens.
Yeah, Ashley Moolman of Team Bigla. Fantastic rider. I mean, she's been very consistent the last couple of years. The Giro Rosa again this year, a very strong ride, and a new team for her, Bigla, this year, and does seem to settle in very, very well. So this type of race is not really suited to her, but I think she's in here in function of the team and also in function of her Plouay ambitions next weekend.
She will have, I'm sure, very big ambitions in Plouay. It suits her very, very nicely, but we're not getting a chance here really to see any major breakaways happen. We're here in Vargada. We've got a lot of industry in this region. It's called the Centre of Innovation, and Vargada is a growing area as we see another little group of riders. I think, Rochelle, potentially these riders out the back of this race. I don't think so. We'll see the front, and things are pressing on a little bit here. And we're seeing here the leading group, just a little bit of a stretch of riders, of 5 riders go clear. So they've just attacked as we've, yep, there's the front of the race as the peloton tried to bring them back. Orica AIS, Varlocchio, Schramm are represented in this group, Liv Planteur. And it looks like one rider from Bigla, but this race is coming back together, and it's 6th place in the World Cup. Lucinda Brand, who is going to bring the race back.
We see a lot of attacking now in the last few laps, but also a lot of people keen to keep this together. Liv Planteur just forcing the pace a little bit on the front, but we see that there's just too many riders interested in putting themselves into a winning position and closing this down, so we haven't seen anything significant move yet.
Velocio Schramm with Lisa Brennauer at the front of the race, and also near the front still Ale Cipollini for Shelley Olds. Lizzie Armistead moves up on the left-hand side as we head back into Vargada. This time round, the riders have 4 laps of racing to go. Lisa Brennauer, the world time trial champion, on the front of the peloton.
We haven't spoken much about Lisa's chances here today for Velocio SRAM, but she would have to be the team's designated sprinter if it comes down to a bunch sprint. She had a fantastic sprint at the Women's Tour, winning a stage in the UK, so also taking the victory in Women's Tour in the UK, so she'd be a good chance today for a victory if it comes down to a sprint, and she's feeling good.
4 laps of racing to go. The peloton all together as they make their way out on the course yet again. Still no one has managed to break the momentum of this peloton. Just noticing in the group is Jolie Newmanville, the rider who rides for Bigler, the Canadian champion. He's sitting right in the middle of the group if you're a fan of the Canadian rider. But thanks to all of you for joining us for this live coverage here in Vargada of this Women's World Cup, the penultimate round of this year's series. If you'd like to join the rider, join Rochelle and I on the commentary today, at Rochelle Gilmore, at Ant McCrossan. I was just reading something then that caught my attention, that thinking that Annemiek van Vleuten may not be riding the World Championships this year.
I've just seen that come through to Anthony, so not on the list for the Dutch national team for the World Championships, so she'll have to wait until the Olympic Games or 2016 World Championships to have another target at the individual time trial.
Well, we wish her all the best with her recovery. If you're just joining us now, this is the race situation. We have got 4 laps of this finishing circuit to go, and we have a peloton that's compact. We've seen some skirmishes. Every time we've gone up the climb over the last couple of laps, we've seen an attack by Trixie Warwick. She's been joined on both occasions by Megan Garnier. Last time it was Giorgia Bronzini who nullified the attack of those 2 riders. The previous time it was Lucinda Brand who was involved in the action. But still a lot of riders here, Rochelle, in with a chance of winning the race.
Still a very big peloton, so there has been talk amongst the directors of the teams this morning at breakfast that if there's ever going to be a bunch sprint here in Sweden, it's going to be today with weather like this, that it comes down to a big bunch sprint. But certainly been a hard race, a taxing race, and I'm sure there's a lot more attacks to come. Vera Kudoda of the Bigler team there, monitoring the front just to the left of your screen there. And we know that she's heavily marked this year because when she breaks away, she's very, very strong. She's a rider that can take it all the way to the line, but today I think she's going to be too heavily marked.
It could be today that the riders, the heat is going to get to them. It's very, very warm indeed out here now. We started the day 16 degrees centigrade. It's now well over 20 degrees. So it could be heat that's going to take its toll on these riders as well. And of course all the little twists and turns as we see at the front of the race. Still the same teams are represented. Those of you who've not seen this Vargada World Cup previously, last year's winner was Chantal Black, Amy Peters second, Roxanne Knateman was third. Marianne Vos won this race 2013, 2009. Mariana's not here this weekend. She's announced that she's not going to race again this season. She's going to come back stronger for next year. It's pretty sad to see Marianne Vos not in this peloton as we would expect.
Yeah, it's sad, but it's also pleasing to know that she's having some time out to herself, and her family have said that she's buying furniture for her house and going shopping for clothing and doing all the normal things that she probably hasn't been able to do in such a demanding, intense career for the last 5 to 10 years. Very, very intense, being at the top of your game and top of your sport. And now she's decided just to live the normal life for 6 months, and she's doing that. And like she says, that she's very confident that she'll come back even stronger.
It is amazing to see, isn't it? A rider like that who you forget how intense it is at the top of this sport to keep, particularly when a rider like Mariana, who is such an incredible performance, won everything there is to win pretty much, to keep that level. And once you're at that level, then everyone is always shooting at you, aren't they?
A lot of people say to an elite athlete at the top of their sport, how do you stay so focused and sacrifice so many other aspects of life? And at the time, you don't feel that that's a sacrifice because you're doing what you love, you're doing what you want to do. And then it just comes to a point where Mariana said, okay, now I just want to let my body recover, a few little injuries, and live the life of a normal person for 6 months. And I'm sure when she switches back on and she's back in the game, that again, she won't feel like she's missing out or sacrificing anything because it will be exactly what she wants to be doing.
On the front of the peloton then, Valentina Scandalara of, or is it Amanda Spratt who's on the front now? There's a little bit of... not a split, but there are riders starting to suffer some little gaps opening up at the front of this race. You can just see now and then little groups dropping off the back where a weaker rider is unable to go with the acceleration that's actually happened, and there you can see a group of 8 or 9 riders just being dropped by the pace that is going on at the front of this bike race. As you look now, we may not have had the traditional kind of little breakaway goes, everyone chases it back, but this race is tough because the accelerations and the constant attacks that we're seeing on this climb is just losing 8 or 10 riders every lap.
I'm sure when we speak to the riders after the race, they're going to say that this was one of the toughest bike races that they've done, because you can see that the pace hasn't dropped now that they've hit these circuits. It's always strung out, and if it does bunch up for a few seconds, there's another rider on the attack. So the pace is kept really high, and it's just, like I said earlier, Anthony, such an unpredictable race. We have no idea which riders are going to be in the moves at the finish. They're all there in contention, all the big names, and we also can't predict the tactics of the teams. So the course itself gives excitement, but also the fact that there's 3 riders in contention for the World Cup Series, all very close together. Even 4 riders if you want to include Jolien Daughter. Of course, Plouet is not suited to her, but anything could happen at the end of today.
Just noticing, Rochelle, that in the finishing straight, the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. It won't have a massive bearing on things, but it has changed quite significantly into first thing this morning. We didn't have any wind at all, whereas now the flags are starting to flutter, and they're standing a little more prouder than they were previously. So maybe that will have an effect little portions of this course. Looking down on the peloton then, at the front of the race still Velocio Schramm setting the tempo up this climb. Liv Planter over on the right hand side, Orica AIS. Anna van der Breggen is staying out of trouble as well at the front of the race now and looking very keen. Niwa Doma, another Rabo Liv rider over on the right, the best young rider. And another little acceleration from Emma Johansson.
Well, the same riders that we've seen at the front on the climb in the previous laps, wanting to keep the pace high, and this is the most calm we've seen it at the bottom. And I can't really say it's calm. I think the pace is high, but all the riders watching each other and wanting to be near the front. So after they take a few bottles here, we might see some more attacks. But like you said, Anthony, it's just over the top where we see the most damage done. And now that the wind's picking up, that's going to be a very, very crucial moment in the race.
2 hours and 23 minutes of racing have been completed in this Vargada World Cup, the penultimate round of this year's series. We're here in Vargada, beautiful weather conditions. It doesn't get any better than it is today. We're seeing Vargada how we should normally see it. We've never seen it so sunny for the World Cup. Last year was torrential rain. The year before the weather wasn't great either, but this year we're seeing 20-odd degrees centigrade, bright sunshine. The peloton with Emma Johansson at the front, the Swedish champion, sitting right in the middle of the group. Jasinska sitting alongside her for Ale Cipollini. And another big attack happens immediately from Orica AIS, and it is Amanda Spratt who immediately goes on the attack with Christian Marieros.
Well, another strong attack by Amanda Spratt, and it's the clear objective of the Orica AIS team today to set things up for Emma Johansson, make it an aggressive race. So Emma will be giving instructions out on the bike and speaking to them before the race. Of course, this is a major target for Emma Johansson, being in Sweden, a race that she's not won, that she wants to add to her palmares, and it's certainly a important objective for the Orica AIS team.
When you think about another attack.
Another attack, I think it's another Orica AIS rider just attacking over the top. It could be Gracie Alban this time, applying the pressure.
Yeah, they don't want this race to come to a bunch sprint. They want to soften it up as much as possible for Emma Johansson. Another rider goes clear. You think about Emma Johansson's career, 31 years of age, a national champion, of course, many times, national road race and time trial champion. She hasn't had the big win this season she's looking for. She won Trofeo Alfredo Binda last year in Chitilio. She won Le Samin. She's finished silver medalist in the Olympic Games. She's won Omloop het Nieuwsblad in Belgium on 2 occasions in 2011, 2010. She's an all-round top bike rider, isn't she?
She's been at the top of her sport for such a long time, just known as the most consistent bike rider throughout the season. She did have a broken collarbone earlier this season, but nobody really remembers that because she was so quick back on the bike and back racing at the top level. So one could say that this is one of the hardest races for her to win because everybody knows how much she wants to win this race, that she is going to take on the majority of the work at the business end, and other people can take advantage of that. So people are not going to gift a Swedish rider in their home country a World Cup as much as we'd like to see that happen. Sometimes it doesn't work like that at this level. So it could be that this is possibly one of the hardest races for Emma Johansson to win, but one that would be very, very special to her.
Off the front of the peloton then, Rochelle was absolutely right. It's Gracie Elvin who has gone on the attack for Orica AIS, but the peloton aren't going to let that one go either. So they bring it all back together again. How many times are we going to say that today?
Yeah, on the attack and then back together. A lot of people interested in being in a winning position. It's not like the attack will go and it's well represented by all the teams and then everybody's happy with that and they sit up. Everybody wants to be in with a chance, and it's just very difficult for the teams to get the right makeup out there. Looks like it could be Amelia Farlin going on the attack now.
Well, Amelia Farlin's definitely going to want to try and get in a move now. It looks like Classica B Pink are also represented as we go into the tree-lined road. A little bit more difficult to see these riders down there now.
Yeah, very difficult from this angle to see, but this is an important part of the circuit here when they come down through the trees. After that climb, a lot of tired legs and gaps opening, and it's when people just relax. They get over the climb, get onto a bit of the descent, and they just relax a little bit. And we saw on the last lap a really strong attack come out of this corner. So we're getting closer and closer to the end of this race, and it's all heating up. So it'll be interesting now to see what the team tactics are. We thought they might be a little bit different to this, that they want a different scenario at this point of the bike race, but it's all going to happen in the final moments.
Looking down on the peloton then, with still 4 laps of racing to go here in Vargada. It's still hotting up nicely, both in temperature and in the pace that we are seeing from the front of this race right now. It's still Orica, so the team who are really doing all the riding at this moment in time. We will see who emerges from this tree-lined road at the front of this peloton right now. Rochelle still thinking small group sprint could happen, or an opportunist attack from someone like Lizzie over the top of that climb. What do you feel?
I feel it'll be quite hard for Lizzie to get away. There'll be a lot of riders that want to cover her as a move, but this is a Swedish rider now going on the attack, so great to see the Swedish national team still active in the second part of the bike race, and heavily marked there by Nieuwedoma from the Rabobank team. So it's looking like it might be difficult for a small group to move away, but those opportunist moves are likely to happen in the towards the end of the race. A few of the riders that I spoke to before the race had that idea that on the last lap you'll see Anna van der Breggen, Elisa Longo Borghini have a go, Emma Johansson will want to have a go. So there's a few riders there that definitely want to take that opportunity once the peloton's generally a little bit fatigued, to take an opportunity to get away. And those moves are most likely to happen on the hill.
It looks to me like about 45 riders maybe in that peloton at this moment in time, so things have slimmed down quite a lot. We started with 17 teams of 6 riders at the start. A big lull now at the front of the race. Danny King, the Olympic champion, over on the left-hand side. She is still in this peloton. She was very, very motivated in a couple of days ago to do well. She finished 14th in this World Cup previously. Evelyn Stevens, Anna van der der Breggen, Christine Mulieris, Tiffany Cromwell is still near the front. Emma Johansson arrives again for Orica AIS. So there's a lot of riders who are still at the front of this race. There's a little bit of a lull now, no major attacks. Trixie Warwick arriving and coming back up towards the front, the German champion. A time then for everyone to take some drink and get ready for the next big move of the day. Megan Garnier moves up on the right-hand side, the American champion. I know many of the Americans will be enjoying watching their national champion riding here with this live coverage of today's Vargada World Cup. We have one more round to go in Plouay. The situation in this World Cup series, Lizzie Armistead, the winner of the World Cup last year, 360 points to her. Van der Breggen, 325. Longa Borghini, 312, 48 points behind Lizzie Armistead. Jolien Dora, 271. Lena Amalusik, 255. Lucinda Brand, 227 points. The race really is between Longa Borghini, Van der Breggen and Armistead. They are the three riders really who are going for the overall classification in the World Cup. With Armistead, the winner last year, she had 515 points to Emma Johansson's 390, Marianne Vos's 370. Van der Breggen was in fourth last year, and I think many people missed that she was fourth in the World Cup last season.
Yes, well, this year she really wants that World Cup series. She's spoken about that, but Lizzie Armistead's been the most consistent and also fighting this year. Unlike last year, she's made it a priority. She said, I want to win the World Cup series this year. Before it becomes the Women's World Tour next year, she wants to seal the deal on this series and have it for a second time, 2 years in a row. But Anna van der Breggen certainly hot on her heels, pushing the pressure today. And Rabobank, you know, in good morale after winning the team time trial just 2 days ago. So I think we'll see a little bit of an explosion in the peloton from the Rabobank riders towards the end of the race.
On the front of the peloton then, the Olympic champion on the track, Danny King of Wiggle Honda. She leads the peloton through this time with 3 laps to go. Her job now is to try and tee things up for the attack of Elisa Longa Borghini or a sprint win for Jolien Dora. But Danny King, great to see her performing at the World Cup level right on the front of this peloton now. We talked about her a little while ago as to how she was discovered. She comes from Hamble near Southampton, where I'm from, and she has a gold post box to remember her Olympic title sitting right in the middle of the village.
Well, she's changed her focus now. She's won an Olympic gold medal on the track, and she's still on the front of the peloton. She's shown a lot of talent in the last couple of years on the road, but always had the priority of the track. She's now made a conscious decision, probably believes in herself a little bit more now than she has in the past as a road rider, and it's in her blood now. She says, okay, I'm going to go 100% to be a professional road rider, and she's a very important integrated part of the team now at Wiggle Honda, and the likes of Jolien Dora and Giorgia Bronzini, Elisa Longa Borghini, very, very dependent on Danny's strength in a road race.
Well, she's the sort of rider who's got a lot of top-end power, endurance from riding on the track in a team pursuit, and she's technically very, very good in riding in a line. And for you as for a team, she's able to ride a team time trial and has great technique.
Yeah, I think the most important thing when you're trying to develop riders from the track into the road is if they have the mentality to put in the hard yards as in regards to the distance that they need to do in training, because they've spent so much time on the track doing short distances. It's a bit of a mental challenge to go out on the road for 4 or 5 hours a day and get that base that you need to be a road rider, and Danny King has put that in the last 6 months, and it's really showing. So Vera Kudoda of the Bigler team going on the attack again, as she did last year. Like we said, very heavily marked this year by all of the teams.
Yeah, the next rider on the line was Sarah Mastonen, the Swedish rider. Doing a good performance today is Sarah Mastonen. She is riding for the Liv Planteur team, obviously very, very motivated, and another huge attack. Oh, that's the replay of the attack of Kudoda. It didn't work this time. Mustonen really tracked that very, very easily. She's looking strong today.
She is, like we said, that for the Swedish riders, they do specifically prepare for this race, the World Cup here in Sweden. So it's very important to those riders. Oh, a few riders going across the grass. A little bit of cyclocross experience there.
A banner there at the side of the road for Emma Johansson. So many people cheering her on at the side of the road. So a little bit of cyclocross. We've done the gravel, now we're doing the grass. Christine Meyeras is first through the left-hand turn as she accelerates out. Boels Dolman still very well represented. About sixth wheel is Lizzie Armistead, the World Cup leader, who is still very vigilant at the front of this race. Emma Johansson also there sitting second wheel. Armistead just about 3 wheels behind her.
Like we've said earlier, this is an interesting race because it's a race within a race. You've got the prestige of winning a one-day World Cup, and doesn't get much bigger than that, Anthony, but there's also the World Cup Series up for grabs here with 3 riders very close in contention for the series.
Well, don't forget you can join us on Twitter at Rochelle Gilmore, at McCrossan. Hashtag is Vargada, which is actually spelled Vargarda. That's where you can get involved in the chatter about today's race. We're getting close to the finish now. Just over 30 kilometres now remaining on today's World Cup. So who is going to win? Who's your prediction for the victory today? Still a lot of riders in with a shout of taking today's win. Is it going to be a surprise? Are we going to see a brand new name take today's race victory? But at the front of the peloton, it is the Luxembourg champion, the faithful lieutenant of Lizzie Armistead, Christine Meyeras, followed by Emma Johansson. Behind Emma Johansson as they go up this climb, a couple of wheels back is Evelyn Stevens, followed by Lizzie Armistead. A couple of wheels back, Ale Cipollini are represented, and Jolene Dora is not far now from the front of this race, the Belgian champion. You can pick her out with the colours of the Belgian flag. Turning right then, and Armistead, you kind of get the sense that Armistead is starting to look for where this attack is going to happen.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if she goes on the attack herself. It does put her in a dangerous position if she has Anna van der Breggen or Elisa Longo Borghini on her wheel, but she won't wait too long for this race to get a little bit more aggressive. So we see Gagne, probably we see her have a few more goes, but Torika AIS again on the attack. And it could be Amanda Spratt. She's had a very, very aggressive race, Amanda Spratt.
She's been on the attack for the last few laps. Either her or Trixie Warwick have been the main attackers of this race. With 6 laps to go, it was Trixie Warwick. With 5 laps to go, it was Spratty with Trixie Warwick. Then it was Amanda Spratt with Gracie Elvin. Then it was Amanda Spratt yet again. So she is constantly going on the move. As we look down on this peloton, 2 hours 40 minutes of racing coming up, and still 40 or 50 riders now maybe in with a shout of winning this Vargada World Cup. It's still who is going to get it. It could come down to a bunch sprint. We haven't seen that for a little while, and normally we've seen a lead group go clear. But today's weather conditions and this course, even with the gravel road, the change of the circuit has not managed to split this race up, and the tempo has increased over the course of this last 7 laps of this 11-kilometre finishing circuit. But thanks to all of you for joining us as we look down on the peloton. Lizzie Armistead arrives at the front alongside Jolene Dora, 4th place overall in the World Cup.
Well, the sprinters like Kirsten Wild, Georgia Bronzini, Jolene Dora, the closer they get to the finish, also Shelley Olds, they're going to start thinking about having a chance here, and that just means they'll have more motivation to follow the moves of the stronger riders like Gagne or Longo Borghini or Elise Lizzie Armistead. So the stronger riders that are going to go on the attack there in the finish. You can see that it's Stevens there setting the pace, and I think that's going to be for an attack that we might see from another Boels Dolman's rider on the climb. And it's all about now who can cover these moves. We've seen Orica AIS be very, very aggressive in function of setting up Emmy Johansson, so we would imagine that she'll be with these moves.
I was talking to Evelyn Stevens yesterday. She loves the weather. She thinks it's absolutely perfect for her. She's a rider, of course, who has won some massive races in her career. She's a world champion of the team time trial previously with Specialized Lululemon, which transformed into Velocio SRAM. She's won in Trentino. She's won the Philadelphia World Cup. She's so experienced, Evie Stevens, as they go uphill now. And is she teeing up an attack for Lizzie Armitstead? There's 3 laps of 11 kilometres to go, and you wonder whether Armitstead's thinking this race isn't hard enough.
I think she definitely would be starting to feel that. You can see that she always wants to be near the front and ready for moves to go, but she likes an aggressive race. She looks like she's in very, very good condition. You can see she's very relaxed there, and perhaps just wanting some other riders to make an attack and the race to be a little bit harder.
At the front of the race then, the Swedish rider Sarah Penton. She is the rider who was on the attack a while ago, performing very well in her home World Cup. Anna van der Breggen, Lizzie Armitstead, all at the front of this race now after 2 hours and 40 minutes. There's a lot of drink being taken on. Any rider who hasn't drunk enough in this race will now start to suffer. They'll start to feel that fatigue coming in after 2 hours and 40 minutes of hard effort with the sun on their back. And as you can see here, Rochelle, there's no trees in this area. It is right firmly on your back as Lucinda Brand goes clear again at the front of the race, I think, for Rabo Liv.
Yeah, it's Trixie Warwick in the white jersey there, the German national champion, that's closing that down. So she's also had a very aggressive race and covering all the moves. For Velocio SRAM, they've got Lisa Brennauer, who could have a very good, strong finish as well. And we might see some more action from their teammate Tiffany Cromwell in the final parts of this race.
Trixie Warwick then is the rider on the front as they stretch this race yet again, and they're just trying to soften things up continually. Another group of maybe 10 riders slightly going clear, a little gap back to the next group of riders, but as you can see, the pace now is very much on. The tempo is very hot. Another attack at the front.
I don't think there's going to be much relaxing between now and the finish, because you can see now.
This is a big attack here, Rochelle. It's Emma Johansson and Lizzie Armitstead who are trying to go clear. Well, I think Emma Johansson was the rider who was attacking, and Lizzie immediately on her wheel wanted to bring that one close back together.
Yeah, they're two riders that definitely want to have a hard race, and they're making it hard now. You see that the gap's there, and Anna van der Breggen is there. So this is an interesting move.
Tiffany Cromwell, is that Tiffany or Lisa Brennauer who's in there for Velocio SRAM? Van der Breggen is definitely there. Johansson and one of the Liv planteurs, Sarah Masternon, I think, but the peloton trying to shut this one down.
Well, it looks like it's the rider from Bigler that's closing that down for the strong move from the Bigler team to close that down, because that was a strong move having both Emmy Johansson and Lizzie Armitstead there, and yeah, really strong move. So the race is still starting to liven up. We're
starting to see the first big attacks, the first moves, but they're not stinging attacks yet. They are just big accelerations, and I think they're probably going through the mind now of Lizzie Armitstead and Emma Johansson. Surely, as we mentioned, the race isn't hard enough for them. They want to make it even harder, and so now you see the long tail of the peloton as we go into the trees. They're trying to make this now very, very hard to get rid of the sprinters.
Well, in the case of Emma Johansson, her teammates have done a fabulous job just going on the attack. We saw a lot of moves from Amanda Spratt and Gracie Elvin trying to put the pressure on the peloton and liven it up a bit. So it's down to Emma Johansson now to pick those right moments, and she has to be so much stronger than the likes of Lizzie Armitstead, or just catch the right moment to put a little bit of a gap between herself and the peloton. So I don't think that's the last we'll see of the attempts of Emma Johansson, but Anna van der Breggen we also might see go on the attack.
Looking down on the peloton then, if you've just joined us for today's World Cup, the Women's World Cup, the penultimate round here in Vargada in Sweden, we are into the final run into the finish. 3 laps of racing, well, 2.5 laps to go, and still no major attack has managed to stay. It was Elena Bellato who rode away for Ale Cipollini for about 50 minutes of racing. Just had a little message from a very good mountain biker, Annie Simpson of Great Britain, who's sitting at home watching Danny King and enjoying watching the Wiggle Honda rider riding at the front of the peloton, as we see Bigler tracking the motorbike camera downhill and going on the attack yet again. Rochelle, this is constant action now.
Very kudo again of the Bigler team, so she hasn't stopped the entire race, attack after attack. And there's some tired legs there in the peloton. She's managed to put a gap between herself and the peloton, one rider going across there. But like I said earlier, that I heard amongst the directors that this is a rider today they don't want to let go off the front, because she's very, very strong and powerful, and she never dies. Same pace all the way to the finish, so you have to keep this one in check, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Well, they are keeping her in check as we watch them go out of the tree-lined area there, and yet again this peloton comes back together. It's constant hammer blows at the front of this race, but still no one has managed to go clear as we make our way back in towards Vargada yet again. But I think a few more riders have disappeared from this peloton. We'll see whether they manage to get themselves back into the convoy of cars and get back into the race. But the damage is being done by the accelerations at the front of this peloton. In the white, Lizzie Armitstead, alongside her last year's winner, Chantal Black. Over on the right-hand side, another big attack. So another rider goes clear from the front of this peloton, and it looks like we are seeing this attack is pretty hefty actually, as this rider goes clear after 2 hours and 46 minutes of racing. I thought it was going to be Trixie Warwick yet again, but it isn't. As one rider goes into the trees, it's the Ale Cipollini rider. I think this is Jasinska, who is going clear of the race, but we'll just check in a moment as to exactly who it is who has gone clear. It is Malgorzata Jasinska, number 65, who is going clear of the race.
It's a very, very strong move and attack again. And the LA Cipollini team, as we said, these attacks in function for Shelley Olds coming into the finish. She looks quite comfortable, Shelley Olds, in the peloton there. So another strong move to set Shelley up for the sprint. They're having a fantastic race, LA Cipollini, here today.
They obviously firmly believe in Shelley Olds, don't they? And the fact that she's won races previously in the last couple of weeks means their morale is high. And when you know that a leader is potentially going to win today's race, you race even harder, don't you?
You do. I think when you've got a leader that's pulled off the big wins before and you can put faith into, and somebody that confidently says, yep, I'm switched on, I'm good today, get out there, make the race hard, put some pressure on the other teams to chase, and I'll just stay protected here. And we saw that happen. We see Danny King back on the front for Wiggle Honda, so obviously she's got some teammates feeling good there. Just having a look over her shoulder to make sure everybody's in place and that she's doing the right thing for the team.
She's having a magnificent race, isn't she, Danny King, today? Up at the front of the World Cup, having been on a track schedule. And bearing in mind, we're a long way from a 4-kilometre pursuit, 2 hours and 47 minutes. And Danny King is still the rider who's setting the tempo for Jolene Dora and Georgia Bronzini. On the front now is Evelyn Stevens. We're coming round now to a critical point. 2 laps of this 11-kilometre circuit now remain in this Women's World Cup. It's Evelyn Stevens. Behind her, Megan Garnier. Behind her, Lauren Kitchen, the Oceania champion. Lauren Kitchen now, we haven't mentioned her at all in this race. And as you know, Rochelle, if you don't mention a rider in a race at all who suddenly emerges at the front with 2 laps to go, they've been doing exactly the right thing.
That's what I think's happened in the case of Lauren Kitchen. Like we said, it's a very important race for her high-tech products team, being a Scandinavian team racing here in Sweden. And we just got a little glimpse also of Kirsten Wild, their sprinter. So Lauren Kitchen has been placed really close to Kirsten Wild most of this race, and they've just decided, okay, now it's time to move up and get amongst the front of this peloton.
looking down on the peloton now. And no one has broken clear and managed to hold an advantage of any more than Bellato got earlier on in the race. She got up to 57 seconds before the peloton brought her back. On this circuit, we've seen attacks from Trixie Warwick on a couple of occasions. Amanda Spratt, as we see who led across the line that time. It was Helita de Jong. Shara Gillow at the front of the race as well. Good to see Shara Gillow, a Oceania time trial champion, 6th in the Commonwealth Games as well, at the front of this race. And that's the rest of the riders. 11th across the line there was Lauren Kitchen, but 2 laps to go, and now Rabo Liv decide that they're going to make it hard into the bottom of this climb. Are we going to see now Anna van der Breggen launch the big attack over the top of this climb this time? It looks like they are setting things up and getting ready.
Well, Rabobank and Boels Dolmans look like they've got the same interest to make this hard going into the bottom of the climb. So it might be the rider like Elisa Longo Borghini that can take advantage of this and have a hard attack. She's had good form, but we can't see her in the picture at the moment. So relaxing, hanging at the back of the peloton. But Boels Dolman has definitely controlled this race. With race leader Lizzie Armitstead, they've been always at the front. They stick together. They're always you know, plenty of them in numbers at the front of the peloton, so it looks like they really want to do something on this lap.
One rider I've just noticed at the front is another rider we haven't even mentioned at all. Is Floorta Mackay of Liv Planteur, a really talented bike rider. She's now suddenly emerged at the front of this race, sitting about 6th or 7th wheel now. So is she going to launch an attack?
She may well do, but she also may be just designated to supporting Amy Peters, because she's had a very good track record of results here, and if she's feeling good today, she'll want to have that one rider right by her side just to close gaps over the top of the hill. And it's very important for a rider who wants to sprint at the finish or be in the move that they have that teammate next to them that they can depend on and rely on, and just turn the head and say, please close that gap for me. Generally, they don't need to even say anything. They just give a little look and they say, yep, across we go. So it'll be interesting to see Liv Planteur's tactic in the final parts of this race.
On the front of the peloton then, Rabo Liv, as they look to set things up, you've got the sense that this is about to kick off up this climb. And Anna van der Breggen has obviously woken up. She said to me this morning, I'm not a morning person, and maybe when it gets to about 11 o'clock I'll feel an awful lot better. It's now just after 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and now Rabo Liv are absolutely ripping into the base of this climb. And suddenly I think we're going to see this peloton really split up. They are riding this with a very predetermined plan. They obviously decided with 2 laps to go, we are going to rid ourselves of the rest of the contenders and the sprinters in this race.
Well, I can tell you there's a lot of sprinters that are in trouble right now, even in the middle of the peloton. But this is a section on the course that's not hilly. But if you're not well positioned at the front, you can be working so much harder. And to float up onto the wheels when the pressure comes off happens a little bit later than those riders at the front. So you cannot afford in these corners to be that far back.
If you're sitting at the back of this race right now, you must be wondering what has just happened. Well, the answer is that Rabo Liv are stretching this race. Chantal Black now combining at the front. Lucinda Brand arrives, and Brand now going to the front to drive on a little bit. And suddenly this race is being split by the momentum of Rabo Liv as Lucinda Brand goes clear. 6th overall in this Women's World Cup. Chantal Black doesn't have the legs to shut that one quickly, so she is trying to just drag race back to the front to Chantal Black.
This is really exciting racing, Anthony. It's so unpredictable, but that's a really, really strong move. You can see that there was a lot of riders under pressure, and it's just the right moment. So it's not really about the part of the course. It's about that right moment when you can sense that some riders are coming under pressure. But this is a really exciting move.
Lucinda Brand 2nd in Sparkassen. She's been on form over the last few weeks, in particular with that win the other night as well. Rabo Liv's morale is absolutely sky high right now. We're into the final 2 laps of this World Cup here in Vargada. And at the front of the race, it's Chantal Black, it's Lucinda Brand, sitting just a little bit further back for the Liv Planteur team is that Sarah Musternone again, who has been tracking every single attack for this Liv Planteur squad. As you said, Rochelle, riding for probably for Amy Peters, but Florta Mackay is also near the front of this race as well, who might be able to go with an acceleration of the likes of Lizzie Armistead.
Absolutely. This is going to be where it all happens. I think in the next 1 kilometre we're going to see a move that's going to decimate this peloton and really split it up.
So we're seeing this race changing a little bit. Previously it was the attacks that were happening of Trixie Warwick, Amanda Spratt. We've seen Lucinda Brand on a few attacks. We've seen Gracie Elvin. The main attacker of the day was Elena Bellato. But right now, as we head in towards the climb, this pace was pretty relentless, and the group is starting to slim down a little bit. I noticed one rider dropping back through the field. A little bit of a gap back to 4 or 5 riders who are dropping off the tempo. And I wonder who's going to be next to launch.
Well, Rabobank were very interested in keeping the pace very high, and was that for Anna van der Breggen to go on the attack and put Lizzie Armistead under pressure. That's what we're about to see. And it was Sarah Musternone, like you said, from a Liv Planteur team. She's looking for a teammate. She's looking probably for Amy Peters there to see if she's comfortable and supporting her teammates. But Bol Stolmans, they move again to the front with Lizzie Armistead on the wheel. You can see these riders are under a bit of pressure, but just behind Lizzie Armistead is Anna van der Breggen, looking and waiting for that opportunity, as is Emma Johansson.
Well, with that acceleration, the group has maybe slimmed down a little. Lucinda Brand trying to stay in the wheels because Megan Garnier has been able to go with the moves of Rabo Liv, and not only that, she's now able to accelerate, and she's trying to put Lizzie Armistead in with a big chance here. Up towards the front is Elisa Longa-Borghini. She looks like she's there. Jolie Newmanville of the Canadian squad, but now the big acceleration happens, and it's happening at the front by Van der Breggen. Immediately following her is Lizzie Armistead, and behind Lizzie Armistead, Elisa Longa-Borghini is the rider who makes her way onto the wheel. So a big move at the front by these riders. Emma Johansson, Sarah Musternone are the 2 riders who immediately get themselves onto the wheel.
Well, that's what we expected, and Anna van der Breggen, she made her move, but Lizzie Armistead looks so comfortable moving onto the wheel. She looks like she's in control now. She rolls over on the front and just looks at the riders that have been able to come with her. Elisa Longa-Borghini, she's keen to keep the pace high, and she's got a little bit of power in the legs there because Lizzie Armistead's having to work hard just behind Emma Johansson, so the pressure is still on across this false flat.
Elisa Longa-Borghini, the winner of the Tour of Flanders, second in Philadelphia to Lizzie Armistead a few weeks ago. The winner of the Route de France, a rider who is firmly on very good form. Don't worry, our cameraman didn't fall off the motorbike then, he just liked the blue sky.
Let's hope so. But yeah, we see that they're just going to come back together here, but they were the riders that we expected to do something on the climb, and sensational riding and form, consistent form for Lizzie Armistead throughout the season, but to be able to just be on form and cover all these moves throughout the second half of the season, she looks very comfortable again today.
She used to be a rider that everyone said could not sustain form during a season, but she's put everyone's thoughts on that firmly to bed. She's a rider who maintains form consistently all season, super strong at all the races she wants to do well in.
I remember a few months ago riders saying that Lizzie Armistead will need to fall off form very soon because you can't maintain it for that long, but she certainly can, and that's why she wears the World Cup leaders jersey, because she's in the last few years she's become very consistent across all different types of terrain, very stable in her weight and the type of rider that she is, and you see today that she's right on form again for the World Cup here in Sweden.
I think maybe the transformation for Lizzie Armistead is she firmly does what's right for her. She also had a hernia problem where she was feeling pretty sick a lot of the time on the bike in one season. Now she's sorted that out. She feels much better. But I've noticed there are times when Lizzie will arrive the night before a race if she feels that she wants to stay at home for a little bit longer. She has a team round about her that she believes in, and they ride for her. It makes a big difference.
You know, it's the easiest type of athlete to work with is one that knows exactly what they want. And some riders, they're not sure if they want to go to a race 3 days before, 1 day before. And when they make that decision, they need to be really confident in the decision, that they're doing everything that they believe is the best thing for their performance. So Lizzie's certainly got that all under control and very confident in her decision-making processes. As we said last year, there was a big question mark over why would the World Cup jersey, World Cup leader, not go all the way to China to do the World Cup when she could win the World Cup series, but she had confidence in her decision and finished the season as the World Cup winner.
We're coming up towards 3 hours of racing. It's Megan Garnier, the American champion, on the front of this group. Rabo Liv well represented. Suddenly there's not 50 riders left in this peloton. It has whittled down an awful lot. Thank you for joining Rochelle Gilmore and I today for this live coverage of the UCI Women's World Cup from Vargada. We're going to see the run-in now to the finish. Next time round they get the bell with 1 lap of racing remaining, but 4 riders going clear. Megan Garnier, behind her is one of the Orica AIS team. Behind her is Niwa Doma. Behind her is Sarah Mustonen of the Liv Planteur team. So 4 riders just slightly off the front of this peloton right now. You can give us your predictions at Ant McCrossan, at Rochelle Gilmore, or hashtag Vargada if you would like to tell us who you think might win as the peloton comes all back together. And near the front of the race now, Tiffany Cromwell of Velocio SWE.
Well, we've just had one prediction come through on Twitter from Herman van der Bregen. He says that Lucinda Brand is going to win this bike race with an attack with 3 to 5 kilometres to go, solo victory. So there we go, a bold prediction there. But
I wonder whether, is he related?
It sounds like he could be, but yeah, it was an attempt that happened last year that she didn't pull off. Maybe she'll try again this year.
Let's see what happens. We've just gone over 3 hours of racing, and we're inside the closing few kilometres of this year's race. We see at the front, let's just pick out a few of the riders. Still Sweden have some representation. And they've had Sarah Penton, who's been at the front of the race. This isn't her, I don't think, who's gone on the attack. Rabo Liv, Velocio SWE, Orica AIS, as one rider goes slightly clear. And this peloton's probably only 25 riders now who are left, maybe even not that, maybe 20 riders left with a chance of winning here as we head towards the final round in Plouay next weekend. Rochelle and I will be there in Plouay for the final round of the World Cup. This attack is short-lived. It's going to come back by the looks of things, and it's Rabo Liv are going to close this one down.
Well, they've been riding with Anna van der Bregen on the front quite a bit, so that could indicate that they are setting up a win for Lucinda Brand, rather than the most predictable scenario that we would have thought of, is that Anna van der Bregen would like to take that chance of a breakaway and try and get a few more points closer to Lizzie Armitstead. Will take the World Cup jersey from her today.
Still this rider, whilst we said this break was about to come back, the answer is that it isn't. So the Swedish rider is still slightly clear of the rest of the field. Still no riders coming back into this this group. We thought it would be a small group who would go to the finish line today, and it looks like there's going to be 20 riders, if that, who will go to the line.
Well, it is quite a small group, and a very select group of classic type riders here today. Which pure sprinters made it into this group? I think we still have the likes of Kirsten Wield, Georgia Bronzini, Shelley Olds, the real sprinters in this peloton.
Well, we'll have a little look now as they make their way back into Vargada. This time round they'll get 1 lap of racing to go. And the peloton led by Megan Garnier, or what's left of the peloton, as they make their way in. So this time they will get 1 lap of racing to go, and the leading rider at the front is the Swedish rider. who's going to be first across the line. And that's great to be able to take the cheers of your home crowd as the Swedish rider now makes her way into complete the lap with 1 lap of racing to go. And the peloton now being led by Rabo Liv. Sarah Mustanone is right at the front. And there's a number of riders. Kirsten Wild is still in this peloton. So Kirsten Wild is still in this peloton today, wearing number 51. She is there. That's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, Jolien Daughter still there. We just saw Kirsten Wild talking to a teammate, so some very clear communication there. And all the big name sprinters are here. Jolien Daughter's there, Georgia Bronzini's there, Kirsten Wild, Shelley Olds. So we could see an exciting finish here.
This is the second group on the road. So this is the second group, 3 hours and 4 minutes of racing completed. This is the peloton that was split on that previous climb where Rabo Liv really put the tempo up. And with Kirsten Wild in that lead group, that's pretty dangerous for anyone who wants to win this race.
Well, I think it's got to be a strong advantage that she knows how to really nail this finish. She's been on the podium so many times here in Sweden, so she knows how this finish is, and I think that having that experience and being right in the mix for the win so many times, that she'll come into this finish knowing what she needs to do to win this bike race. And we haven't seen much of her, so we think that she's been quite comfortable and probably fresh for the sprint. And the way she was talking to her teammate there, it looks like she's got everything under control. It's just a question mark over her form because we haven't seen her racing and winning recently.
This is Hanna Nilsson of Sweden, who is on the attack. Just about 6 seconds her advantage on the rest of the peloton. So in our home race, we've not seen this rider perform in the World Cup at all, and great to see her on the attack and competitive at this time in a World Cup.
Well, that was goosebumps feelings for me when she came through the start-finish there. There's a fantastic crowd here, the sun's out, so a lot of Swedish fans, and to have a Swedish rider off the front coming through the start-finish, there was a really big roar, so there was goosebumps feelings coming through here, and yeah, not something that we expected to see.
It's great to see, though, that we've got a Swedish rider leading in the peloton, or the group that we've got. Sarah Mustonen, a Swedish rider, Emma Johansson. Again, they're taken to the grass.
Must be a little bit of a shortcut across there, and a lot of riders taking that option each lap. So we see also in there Lisa Brenner, as we said, that she's got a handy sprint on her, and for the Velocio SRAM team, they may have had in the back of their minds that we will go on the attack a few times, but we've got Lisa Brenner, who is a really good sprinter. If she can get to the end of the race with fresh legs, or relatively fresh legs, she could be really an outside chance for a win here at the World Cup.
So this is the final lap then of the Women's World Cup. Who is going to take it? 3 hours and 7 minutes of racing. And we look down on the group, which is much diminished in numbers now. And we'll find out very, very soon who is going to take the Women's World Cup here this afternoon. It is Kirsten Wild who is in the group. She was the winner of this race in 2010. She beat Audrey Visser into second place and Emma Johansson into third place. On that occasion, she was second in 2009 to Marianne Vos. The rider now has been caught, and now we are seeing Rabo Liv doing what they did last time, and that is they are going to rip into the bottom of this climb yet again. They seem to be using this little section of narrow road to make sure that they keep the tempo very, very high. We look down now as Hanna Nilsson is caught. We look down on the peloton, and they are all in one long line, and it is Rabo Liv and Orica AIS who represent the front of this peloton and are looking to set this one up.
It's an important part of the circuit there to be well positioned at the front. And obviously, not everyone can be there. So if the riders that are at the front apply the pressure, it really does play a lot with the mind as well, because it's a section where you look ahead and the first rider is so far away, and you also know that the hill is approaching very quickly. So you know I need to make up the time and work harder than the riders on the front to get back into position. So if you're a long way back here, and you can see coming out of the corner there that there'll be a few riders that want to move up towards the front before they get onto this climb.
This is the leading group then as we look down on this World Cup. At the front of the race, Velocio, Schramm, also Orica, AIS. Bigler are also represented at the front of this race too. We know Kirsten Wield is in here. Is Shelley Olds, we think, is in here for Ale Cipollini. They've done a really good job for Shelley Olds during today's race. Can they put her in a position now to win this World Cup? She was certainly in good spirits yesterday. She felt that she had the form to try and win today, but now we see the attack, and the attack comes from Lucinda Brand. Lucinda Brand right on the back of the motorbike then, and that bike was just a little bit close to her as she went through that corner, but she's now safely through it, and she has an immediate counter-attack, so that prediction on Twitter must have had a little bit of inside knowledge.
Well, it was with the last 3 to 5 kilometres to go, the prediction, but this is a little bit earlier into the climb, and this could indicate that it is a setup for Anna van der Breggen, because she's really hurting the peloton moving into this climb.
I've got a prediction on Twitter from Barry Noble, who thinks Jolene Dora is going to be the winner of this World Cup this afternoon. Armistead looking across now, and we look through. Let's just see if we can see who's here. There's Malusik moving up, followed and tracked by Megan Garnier, but now the attack of Ashley Moolman on the right-hand side for the Bigler team as she goes with Van der Breggen, and Lizzie Armistead immediately tracks it.
Yeah, Lizzie Armistead knew that she had to move with that one, because Anna van der Breggen was straight onto Ashley Moolman, and you see behind also Elisa Longo Borghini covering that move. It's Trixie Warwick up there. We wouldn't have expected that after such an attacking race, but Amy Johansson right on the wheel of Trixie Warwick and Newer Doma, so all the favourites there, and we'll see now if it won't be over now. There'll be more attacks. This is really exciting stuff. Elisa Longo Borghini, so that's another one that Lizzie Armistead has to move on to. So does Anna van der Breggen. So how strong is this attack? And Elisa Longo Borghini is not going to want to see Lizzie Armistead right on the wheel, but she's making this hard. Anna van der Breggen knows she can't miss this move.
Lisa Longo Borghini now goes clear with Lizzie Armistead on the wheel. Behind her, Van der Breggen. Behind her, Ashley Moolman, she'll love this sort of temperature. She said to me this morning that this was absolutely perfect for her. Emma Johansson following her is, I think, Amy Peters is up there now. So Peters is involved in the mix. Kirsten Wield, I think, is not there now. I don't think she's able to go with that momentum. Over the top of the climb, Lisa Brennauer is there. Also near the front is Giorgia Bronzini, the double world champion for Wiggle Honda. 3 hours, 12 minutes of racing, Rochelle, and this is kicking off.
I see it was a difficult move there for Elisa Longo Borghini, because she wants to make a break and go for the win, because those 3 riders you saw, Lizzie Armistead, Anna van der Breggen and Elisa Longo Borghini, are the 3 racing for the top 3 positions in the World Cup Series. But if Elisa Longo Borghini makes it too hard and drops her 2 sprinters and can't beat Lizzie Armistead or Anna van der Breggen in the finish, it's an unfortunate situation for her team. So while she wants to make it hard and go for her opportunity, she also needs to think about Jolene Dorder and Giorgia Bronzini just hanging there.
Looking at the front of the race then, with only a few kilometres to go, Lizzie Armistead swings to the left-hand side of the picture and lets her teammate Megan Garnier go on the attack yet again. So Bowles-Dolmans, they're not worried about. Lizzie said to me yesterday, I don't care as long as one of my team wins. That's all I'm worried about, playing her chances as usual down in the World Cup and then adding, but it would be nice to win. the World Cup overall. It's Megan Garnier. Immediately on her wheel is the Ale Cipollini rider, who has got herself right on the wheel, and that was Confalonieri, and now Trixie Warwick goes on the attack again.
Well, Lizzie Armitstead really does want to win this bike race because she doesn't need to be covering the move of Trixie Warwick for any World Cup standings, but she was right onto that wheel, so she wants the World Cup victory here today, and certainly racing like it's a one-day race rather than a series.
She certainly is. At the front of the race then, Lizzie Armitstead, followed by Warwick, followed by Confalonieri. Behind her is a couple of wheels back is Elisa Longa-Borghini. Behind her, Rabo Liv looks strong with Van der Breggen and a couple of other riders in there. So this race has split up a little bit more now, and we have also Emma Johansson. Can she win her home World Cup? On the left-hand side, we see Niwa Doma going on the attack now. A big attack with Megan Garnier immediately countering it.
Well, the big question is Kirsten Wild coming back? And I think she might be coming back through the cars there, and that's why she's very consistently in the results here, because after she gets over the top of that climb, she has a little bit of support from teammates to get back in. We'll get a little bit of a picture now which riders are trying to come back, but the sprinters in the peloton, Jolien Daughter, she's made her way into the front group there, so a dangerous person to take to the finish for the likes of Boels Dolmans and Rabobank.
Another attack, and the attack comes on the right-hand side of the road, more a move rather than an attack. We still don't see, has Kirsten Wild got to the back of this race? I'm not sure. One of her teammates, who I think might be Lauren Kitchen, looking around to see if she's there. I'm not entirely sure. Another big group now joins. Here they are, and I think a load of Orica AIS riders now rejoin. And we'll see whether we come out of the trees and who is left as we turn left now with 3 hours and 15 minutes of racing. Rochelle, this race is yo-yoing all the time, and suddenly the race comes up with about 20, maybe 20 riders going for the finish, and Shelley Olds is right at the back of this group.
Well, you just saw that group come back that had two sprinters in it, Kirsten Wild and Shelley Olds. So there's a lot of sprinters in this peloton. So it's a small selection, but it's holding all of the best sprinters in the world at the moment, right there in contention for a win here at this World Cup in Sweden.
Don't forget, also in here is Amy Peters, who's finished on the podium before. Lauren Kitchen is there. I think Katrin Garfoot is also in this leading group. So it's Megan Garnier, followed immediately by one of the riders from Rabo Liv. I must admit, one of the riders of the day for me is Sarah Mustanone of Liv Planteur. She's done a great race in her home country.
Well, Garnier's also had a very solid race. She spent a lot of time on the front for Boels Dolmans, and Anna van der Breggen also very active for the Rabo Liv team, right near the front. But it's all together now. Emma Johansson still in there with a chance. So we've got some big names there. We see Jolien Daughter there with the Belgium National Championship colours on the helmet. And Elisa Longa-Borghini now on the attack, having another go.
On the right-hand side then, we see another move, and it is all being tracked. Everyone feels like the chance to win a World Cup is theirs. And who is going to take the initiative? On the right-hand side, a move from Rabo Liv as one rider makes a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field. We're getting close now to the finish of this race. 3 hours and 17 minutes, 133.5 kilometres of racing today. And Rochelle, last year we had Chantal Black going for the victory. Today we still have a big group, and it's going to be an almighty race into that final corner if it stays like this.
I think it's going to be an exciting sprint, and one of the biggest pelotons we've seen bunches come to the finish. But that was the prediction with the fine weather here today, that it would be a slightly bigger group than usual, but still the chance for a lone breakaway. But the pace is so high now, especially from the Boels Dolmans team there, keeping the pace high, that it may be difficult for a breakaway.
Only a few kilometres left to go, and it is now Boels Dolmans with Christine Meijeras setting the tempo on the front of this peloton. They are looking to try and set things up for Lizzie Armitstead to win again another World Cup. It would be a hat-trick of victories, and it would move her further away from Anna van der Breggen. But moving up on the outside comes Ale Cipollini. Is that Shelley Olds, who's now getting herself into the right position for the sprint? She wants to win this this one. It is Bowles Dolmans on the front with Christian Mieres, but there's some big sprinters in here. There's some power in this little group as we go towards the finishing line now.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to call this one, Anthony. It's quite close and unpredictable there with so many sprinters, but the pace is really high, so it's a technical right-hand corner coming into the finish as well, so that's a very, very important place for your positioning. And we can see there at the moment, Jolien Daughter just moving on to fourth wheel behind the white jersey. I think it's of Lizzie Armitstead. No, it's Trixie Warwick there.
This sprint is starting to open up. Tiffany Cromwell arrives as well. I think they're going to try and lead Tiff out for the win. She's licking her lips, getting ready for this. Lucinda Brand is up here. Jolien Daughter as they turn right now towards... Oh, a crash on the final corner. And one rider goes down. Who is going to take this victory? Here we go. It's Lucinda Brand on the right-hand side who goes. Jolien Daughter is the rider who is right in there on the wheel. Georgia Bronzini is there for Wiggle Honda, and her teammate almost takes her into the barriers. Who's going to take this one as they hit the line now? It is Jolien Daughter of the Wiggle Honda team who takes the victory as she almost swung out and took Georgia Bronzini off as they went for the finish line, but Jolien Daughter takes the victory there for Wiggle Honda. She took the win, of course, earlier on in the season in Drenthe. She was second in the Tour of Flanders, but now she takes the big sprint win here in Vargada in the round of the World Cup, the penultimate round of the World Cup. Well, they came round that corner and it was the lead out from Lucinda Brand, but it was Jolien Daughter who got that one absolutely perfect on the run into the finish. I have a very happy Wiggle Honda team manager sitting next to me.
Yeah, extremely happy, speechless actually. I felt the motivation in the team this morning. Like I said, I went into the camper van and asked what the tactic was. Jolien Daughter was very, very strong and comfortable coming into the finish. A little bit of a flick there until she realised it was Georgia Bronzini, and then they just drag raced it to the line. But if Jolien had gone too early, it was perfect also for Georgia Bronzini, but a very strong long sprint from Jolien Daughter.
So Georgia Bronzini takes second. I think Tiffany Cromwell of Velocio Schramm was in third place. That crash on the final corner, I'm wondering what it has done to the World Cup standings, because I don't see Lizzie Armitstead here yet. One rider went down on that final corner, but here the Wiggle Honda team who took the win. A fantastic sprint by Jolien Daughter into the finish. A 1-2 for Wiggle Honda. Third place was Tiffany Cromwell. And of course, this season that means that Wiggle Honda have won now 4 rounds of the World Cup, with Jolien Daughter taking round number 1. Longa Borghini took round number 3, Bronzini took round number 5, and round number 9 goes to the Belgian champion. You
can see Jolien Daughter there, such a humble, humble winner. She doesn't actually realise how talented she is, just so down to earth. And you can see there that she's just very, very humble.
Great news. Here's the peloton coming in to the finishing line. I don't know where Lizzie Armitstead was in that leading group, because a few riders came down on that final corner, and I haven't seen the World Cup leader. Maybe we'll get a shot of her, but that's going to hurt, because Anna van der Breggen was up there. So Lizzie Armitstead, we're hearing, was out of the camera shot, but she finished a couple of places behind Anna van der Breggen. So that means things will close up a little bit in the World Cup standings. It's going to be an interesting final round in Plouay.
Absolutely. It's going to be, I think, an interesting race now between the Lizzie Armitstead and Anna van der Breggen. They're the two, but we're with Jolien Daughter here.
Here we go, as we will get the thoughts of Jolien Daughter.
I'm really, really sorry.
A great team performance by Wiggle Honda. Amount of work done by Danny King in the running. Here's the final corner, and it is Rabo Liv trying to lead out Lucinda Brand. One of the riders hit the deck. Lizzie Armistead was held up by that crash by the Bigler rider on the final corner. It was Carmen Small who hit the deck, and Lizzie was held up by that.
You can see it's very difficult for Lizzie Armistead to get any momentum, and her foot was out of her pedal, so she couldn't get it back in. Had she have got it back in, she's very, very explosive, and she may have been able to pick up some more points, but unfortunately she couldn't get her pedal back in there, so probably a very, very difficult, disappointing finish for Lizzie Armistead.
Yeah, when you look at it though, she doesn't normally start a sprint that far back. She was quite a long way back in that group. Carmen Small fell maybe 10 places from the front.
Yeah, that's right. It was a little far back to be at that place anyway, but yeah, the pace was pretty high in the last 1 or 2 kilometres coming into the finish, and we saw that the eventual winner, Jolene Daughter, was in 4th position with about 500 metres to go, and took that corner in 3rd position.
So we're hearing that by calculations, Lizzie Armistead will have finished 19th, around about 19th today, which if Van der Breggen was just a few places in front of her, it's not going to make a massive difference.
Well, it makes for a final, exciting final round of the World Cup Series this year in Plouay. We'll be there commentating live, and I can't wait. It's only a week away, but it's going to be a very, very exciting finale for the World Cup Series this year.
Yeah, it's going to be good, isn't it? Plouay next weekend.
Really looking forward to it.
It's going to be a final round of racing. The World Cup was decided at that time last season. It's not decided now. It's still got all to play out on that final day.
Yeah, I think in the case of Lizzie Armistead's misfortune in this race, that she will stay very, very relaxed. That's the type of bike rider that she is. So she'll be relaxed going into Plouay. Her form's really good. So she can be fortunate that she didn't come down in that last corner, and now she'll be focused on Plouay.
Groups just coming into the finish. Katarzyna Pawlowska's in this group, just pedaling into the finish line. Well, it was an interesting race. The only big attack really of Elena Bellato, which got any sort of a gap. But before that, after that, sorry, lots of attacks by Trixie Warwick, in particular, Amanda Spratt. So many attacks on those final circuits.
Gracie Alvin was having a go as well, and for us, just sitting on the edge of the seat, waiting for those explosions to go on the climb, and which the brakes was going to stay away, and then also trying to predict whether there'd be a solo breakaway ride in the finish. The pace was just so high that, and the weather being so good, as they said, would lend itself more to a bigger bunch sprint.
I thought the Swedish riders rode well today, and there's lots of Swedish riders in different teams, but the Swedish national team did very well, and we saw Sara Mustanone and Emma Johansson and everyone as well.
Well, as we said before, that the director of this team that we're looking at now, the Swedish national team, is Martin Vesby, to the right of your screen. That's the partner of Emma Johansson, so a lot of experience. And whilst he knows that he doesn't have the big names in the Swedish national team here today, he wanted to make something of the race, and we saw that they were extremely active, even in the last lap, which I think is extremely impressive.
Yeah, it's because to be competitive in the final phases of a World Cup is very, very tough indeed. Here we are on the start line, some little highlights of today's race. Here in Vargada, beautiful sunshine, lovely weather conditions, and the peloton of 17 teams that put on a bit of a show.
They did. This was the first and most significant break of the day by Bellato of the Italian team, Ale Cipollini. She did really a great job to set everything up for their sprinter, Shelley Olds. And in the end, it didn't quite work out for her teammate, but this attack was with the ambition to put pressure on the other teams and set it up for Shelley Olds.
Yeah, she was out in the lead. Her attack got up to 57 seconds. It didn't get any more than that before the peloton decided it was time to bring her back. But she was in the lead. She almost got caught on the gravel road with the acceleration of Lizzie Armistead, but she still maintained her advantage for a little bit further before we got back to Vargada for the final laps.
Well, it looked like they might have wanted to bring it in, and once they did, they realised, okay, we can do this again if we need to, so there's no reason to not let this just stay out there a little bit longer.
And into the finishing laps, lots of attacks in particular. Amanda Spratt was one of those riders who was attacking a lot near the front all the time. Rabo Liv, and we saw Sweden go on the attack as well on that final run-in towards the finish today. It was Hannah Nielsen who got that slender advantage.
We saw the Rabo Liv rider, Anna van der Breggen, do a lot more work on the front than we thought she would in the wind. You can see coming in here, she's on the front there now for the lead out for the sprint. This is the last corner, so you can see third position and fourth position is Jolien Dorder and Georgia Bronzini. They come off the wheel here. Jolien Dorder first.
Yeah, I think if you look at this sprint, I was worried here when Jolien went.
She did a little flick there that's, quite in the rights of being able to move within a metre there, but she realised that's her teammate and straightened up and powered to the finish, and it was certainly a really, really strong sprint.
So we're starting to get the results of today, and from what we're working out, Lizzie Armistead finished in 19th place with that problem on that final corner, and Anna van der Breggen finished in 5th place today. Now, if you look at the standings then overall, that is going to change things quite significantly, because Anna van der Breggen will get 60 points for finishing in 5th place, and Lizzie Armistead gets nothing.
So it looks like we might have a new leader.
Yeah, that looks like we could have a brand new leader of the Women's World Cup if the final results are correct, and that would be that Anna van der Breggen leads the World Cup by 25 points.
It would have been very close also for Jolien Dorder to have taken the jersey today, but I think she misses out by just a couple of points. But that just goes to show how close the standings are and that anything can happen with one race remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very close to the top now. If you work the points out after today, Anna van der Breggen, by finishing in 5th place, she will be on 385. In fact, I'm not sure that we won't see Jolien Dorder in the leader's jersey.
I think it could be possible. We'll wait to get in the final results and points differences, but I think it was 48 points difference at the start.
Yeah, which means that Jolien Dorder with 120 points of the win would be the leader of the World Cup with 391 points potentially.
Fantastic. Great day for Wiggle Honda. Obviously, they played their cards right. They put Lisa Longo-Borghini on the attack late in the race, and Lisa Longo-Borghini focusing very much on the Plouay race, but as a team effort today, I think they did a fabulous team tactic. Not so active and visual in the first half of the race, but they stuck to their team plan, which was to send Lisa on the attack in the last lap, and hopefully have Jolien and Georgia both come to the finish, which everything played to plan.
So that little that crash by Carmen Small on that final corner, Lizzie Armistead maybe just trying to come into the sprint from further back, which is unusual for her. She would normally be up there in the front, but that little crash, that pulling her foot out, could have cost her the World Cup.
Well, I'm sure that she still has a very, very good chance of the World Cup Series, but Anna van der Breggen obviously will take a lot of confidence from today's gain in points going into Plouay. And the Team Rabobank, as we said, they're really on a high as well after having won the team time trial, and Anna van der Breggen's superb form after winning the Giro Rosa and the race at La Course in Paris. Fantastic form, and now she comes into a more competitive position, I think, for the World Cup Series. So for the viewers that are not aware of why we're not talking about Jolien Dorder for the World Cup Series, because Plouay, the last round of the World Cup, is extremely difficult. It's close to calling it a climber's race, and Jolien Dorder comes from a track background and very much a sprinter, pure sprinter, so we wouldn't imagine that she could be in the points in Plouay. Actually, she may not even be on the start line, depending on the morale after winning the jersey today, and if she wants to take that jersey to the start line in Plouay.
So working things out by my quick calculations as we sit here and we wait for the presentations today, Jolien Dorder started 271. She gets 120 points. She'd be on 391. Anna van der Breggen started 325. She'd be on 385. Lizzie Armistead on 360. And she would stay on 360 with that performance today. So that final sprint could mean she's 31 points behind Jolien Dora and 25 points behind Anna van der Breggen. That would be the top three.
Well, that's an interesting shake-up to the World Cup Series after today. Like we said, the race for the World Cup Series probably still remains between the three leaders we were talking about at the start of today, which was Anna van der Breggen, Lisa Armitstead, and also Elisa Longo Borghini. So, Vargada, very exciting race here today.
Well, Rochelle, I'm going to say bye to you for now because I'm going to go to the podium and do some bits and pieces there. Of course, highlights of the Vargada World Cup with you and I will be coming up to worldwide viewers soon. But thanks to everyone who's joined us for today's racing. I don't know about you, but I think that was a pretty exciting run into the finish.
Absolutely, very exciting day. Like we said, it's one of the most unpredictable races this World Cup here in Sweden because the course is not hilly, it's not flat, it's very technical, lots of tight corners. Today we had a gravel section of 2.5 kilometers, so a very unpredictable race, and it played out to be very exciting. And Jolien Dora, the winner, Georgia Bronzini, Lisa Brennauer, Lucinda Brand, Anna van der Breggen. Amy Peters there, another consistent race here for her. Tiffany Cromwell was a designated sprinter there for Velocio, but third place for Lisa Brennauer was a pretty impressive result today.
It was. Well, I'm going to say bye to you. Thanks to everyone for watching. Don't disappear. The podium presentations are coming up. Stay with Rochelle as she sits here looking after you for the run into the finish, for the podiums, and we see who is presented as the World Cup leader. Bye for now.
Well, I'll be here to run you through the presentations once the riders all get themselves together and get there. It's been a wonderful day here in the commentary box. Last year I was here with Jose Bean in teeming rain, so very uncomfortable for all the riders. But this year, beautiful day. You can see that there's been a fabulous crowd here for the World Cup in Sweden. And everybody coming around just for the presentation here of the jersey winners for today. So we will see a new World Cup jersey winner in Jolien Dora, and Anna van der Breggen and Lizzie Armitstead in second and third place of the World Cup Series. We're yet to hear the results of the young riders jersey going in today. Was Nieuwe Dommer of the Rabo Live team, so we will get the results soon, whether she holds on to the jersey going into the final round in Plouay next weekend. It's been a very exciting World Cup Series this year. A lot of different winners, but Jolien Dora, she's won 2 World Cups for the season. And being a predominantly a track rider and with a focus of the Olympic Games on the track, she's going 100% for the Omnium in Rio next year for the Olympics. So that might mean that we don't see so much of Jolien Dora on the road in the early part of next season in the Classics. We're hoping that she will start Tour of Flanders and some of your bigger classics, but the main priority for 2016 will be the Omnium on the track. And Georgia Bronzini second today. It's not really usual that you see one team finish first and second in a World Cup. It has been done before, but a very powerful duo, as you see Jolien Dora leading out Georgia Bronzini. So that's 2 World Cups completed in Sweden with very, very beautiful weather. 2 days ago we had the team time trial here. won by the Rabo Liv team, second to Bowles Dolmans, and third to Velocio Schramm, who had dominated the team time trials in women's cycling for the last few years. So we're just gathering together here for the presentations of today's World Cup. While the riders get cleaned up by their masseurs, they'll be given their protein drinks and get their face washed down and their legs, and celebrate with their teammates for a moment, and just talk a little bit through with their directors how things played out in the end, so teams can get their press releases off. And it's all a little bit rushed at the end of a race, between the period that they cross the finish line and the period that they stand on the podium. So that's what's going on behind the scenes at the moment. So I'll take a little pause now, and I'll be back with you very soon for the presentations.
För prisceremonin så efter att just avslutade världscuptävlingen så blir att tre främsta kliver upp, så vi ber att någon eskorterar upp dem. Would the top three diners please come to the podium? De stiger upp då och gör sig beredda för att få sina priser. Att hon kommer upp. Är vi redo då för att dela ut priserna till de tre främsta alltså i Crescent Women World Cup 2015, 10-årsjubileet av den här tävlingen. De kommer upp då och är redo för prisceremonin. Vi har på tredje plats third place representing Velocio Schramm.
So here we are for the World Cup presentation. That's Lisa Brennauer there, third today in the World Cup. Very, very nice sprint from her. Not known as a sprinter, but fabulous sprint to finish third today. Giorgia Bronzini, second place behind her teammate Jolien Dorda. So a very, very impressive team performance by Wiggle Honda today. Giorgia Bronzini having fine form after two-stage victories recently at Route de France. Jolien Dorda superb season on the road for this young woman, and a huge future ahead of her in cycling as a track rider and a road rider. And there you have it. She knew that she was a chance for the victory today. Didn't feel so great a couple of days ago in the team time trial, just coming off the track. She raced in London in the Revolution Series, so wasn't sure if she could find her road legs in time for today, but she certainly did, just right on cue. So a fabulous race for Jolien Dora. That's her second World Cup victory of the season. She won the opening round in Drenthe. Now she takes her second World Cup victory for the season. Just being presented her awards here. One round of the World Cup Series to take place in Plouay. Jolien Dora will be probably thinking about a readjustment of her program so she can take the World Cup leaders jersey to the last round of the World Cup Series this year.
Och det här är ett perfekt tillfälle för en fanfar och de sträcker nävarna med skydd. Då ska vi dela ut priset till dagens prestation, the Suffer Prize.
There you have it. 1, 2, 3. Jolien Dora, Georgia Bronzini, and Lisa Brennauer for the World Cup here in Sweden today. Fantastic result for these young women and a very exciting race. Back on the podium for some more pictures. Amanda Spratt here, shaking each of the hands. Not 100% sure this could be the Sufferfest prize. And that is an award that's awarded to the rider who suffers the most throughout the race. And it's my best guess that she's been awarded that today because she was on the attack. Repeated attacking, attack after attack. Very aggressive race. In function of Amy Johansson's finish here today, unfortunately she didn't make the podium, but a very well-earned Sufferfest prize there for Amanda Spratt.
Ja, tack så mycket då. De sträcker nävarna mot skyn. Jolien Dora, Georgia Bronzini, Lisa Brennauer heter 2-3. Och det finns ju också tjejen som leder med.
Well, that's the presentation for the first, second and third place here at the World Cup today. Jolien Dora, you saw in her eyes there was a moment during the anthem being played where she realized, have I really just done this? 2 victories at the World Cup for this season for Jolien Dora. And we're just waiting now for the presentation of the World Cup leader for the series. So the athletes stand there on the podium for some more pictures in a moment. Just wondering when they can be joined.
Still in the lead in Youth World Cup, representing Raboliv, Katursana Nevadoma.
Newadoma's just been announced. That'll be the Young Riders jersey. Here she comes from Rabo Liv. And a very consistent World Cup series, obviously, to be wearing this prestigious jersey of the young rider. And this indicates a rider of a huge future, a bright star for the future. We saw amazing performances this year in the World Cups, but also in the Giro Rosa. And she's managed to earn that jersey, the Young Riders jersey at the World Cup Series, while supporting her team as a team player, a very strong domestique for her leaders. And she's wearing that prestigious jersey now of the Young Riders classification for the World Cup Series. Well, it goes to show how close the standings are. I think the delay in the process of this presentation is that the race organisers and commissaires in UCI are calculating who has the World Cup jersey for the season, going into the last race in Plouay in 1 week's time. We're waiting for the presentation of the World Cup Series now. You can see Jolene Dora just having a discussion there with her team soigneur, who's probably a little bit concerned about the lack of hydration they're getting directly after the race. It's been a long time standing on the podium, but all the photos are done, and it looks like we could be coming to the end of this section of the presentation, and we'll just stand by waiting for the presentation of the World Cup Series leader.
Vi ska försöka få styr på det där med tröjan, så styr vi upp detta alldeles strax. Men under tiden då, vill du säga någonting, Hans?
Det kan jag göra under tiden. Okej, medan de reder ut det här, det är ju egentligen chefskommissarien som styr det här och ska ha koll på de här sakerna, så det är någonting som har klickat tydligen. Men jag vill ändå tacka för den här fantastiska helgen och ett sånt fantastiskt otroligt väder vi fick de här dagarna. Och jag har inte hunnit själv se så mycket av sändningen, men jag förstår så har det varit en väldigt fin produktion och vi har visat upp kommunen från den allra bästa sidan. Det känns väldigt, väldigt, väldigt bra. Så att, tack alla för att ni har ställt upp allt ni har gjort och alla medverkande på olika sätt som har bidragit till att vi har lyckats med det här i år igen. Och Joakim Claesson ska komma upp här och sjunga nationalsången, men vi avvaktar lite grann, så stanna kvar så vi får klarhet här hur vi gör med.
This is Anton Voss we just saw in our shot there. Photographer, official photographer here at the World Cup, and the brother of Mariana Voss. So he's the guy that's at all the races, very passionate about women's cycling, providing photos for a lot of different people. And obviously a lot of questions come his way about Mariana at the events that she is not at. And he said that she's living the life at the moment. She's enjoying going shopping and buying furniture for her house and doing everything that a normal woman would do. Here we come now for the presentation of the World Cup Series. And it is Jolene Dora. We've been waiting to get confirmation of that. And it's the second time this season she's going to wear this World Cup leaders jersey. Now she'll be thinking about going to Plouay. It wasn't on the original plans. She's got a very strong focus on the road race in Richmond, but she may have to rethink her schedule and consider going to the final round of the World Cup in Plouay to be on the start line with the most prestigious jersey other than the World Championships that you can wear in women's cycling. So she's very happy to have that jersey and find the final confirmation.
Nu är vi i princip klara. Det som återstår är att Joakim Claesson ska avsluta.
Very happy Jolene Dora. She's giving a thumbs up there for a very, very strong team performance. It's been a wonderful day here in Vargada for the World Cup in Sweden, and a fantastic podium with Jolene Dora, Georgia Bronzini and Lisa Brennauer. That's the World Cup here in Sweden for 2015. Look forward to seeing you next weekend in Plouay.
Din sol, din himmel, dina ängder gröna. Din sol, din himmel, dina ängder gröna. Du tronar på minnen från fornstora dagar, då ärat ditt namn flög över jorden. Jag vet att du är och du blir vad du var. Ja, jag vill leva